Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, November 14th County Commission meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order and have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Marquardt?
Here.
Commissioner Matherly?
Here.
Commissioner Barella?
Here.
And instead of the regular invocation we're going to have today, I'm going to read you some stuff about Veterans Day since it was this past Monday. Okay, past Monday, 11th of November, was Veterans Day, and even though this meeting is happening afterward, I still want to recognize and acknowledge our veterans. Veterans Day, originally known as Armistice Day, is a federal holiday in the United States observed annually on November 11th for honoring military veterans of the United States Armed Forces. It began and now coincides with other holidays, including Armistice Day and Remembrance Day, which are commemorated in other countries, marking the anniversary of the end of World War I. Major hostilities of World War I were formally ended at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918, when the armistice with Germany went into effect. So I just want to say a couple of different little quotes that I thought were very meaningful. Thank you for the sacrifices, for your valor, for the things you carry, for protecting us, and for defending our rights. Thank you to all our veterans for your courage, strength, and dedication to keeping us safe. The true soldier fights not because he hates what is in front of him, but because he loves what is behind him. America without our soldiers would be like God without his angels. So, God bless our veterans. Okay, so now if you'll follow me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendships among united cultures. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
And we have a public hearing that needs to start at 9:05, so can we start a couple of minutes early? Okay, we are going to, number one, discuss and hear public comment and consider approval of ordinance number 24-04, amending ordinance number 91-03, junk vehicles.
My first question on this would be, has Sheriff Black reviewed this, and you good with it?
We have reviewed this, myself, the undersheriff, and I even included RB, and I think there's some issues we need to deal with. We have, did you get a copy of that? Did Sean send you that as far as the?
I reviewed part of it yesterday, and I missed the questions and concerns documents I'm looking at right now.
Okay. Again, I would request that Commission table this and give us time to review it. There's lots of things on here that I think need to be clarified. Some items need to be struck. We need some clarification on, is this going to be something that enforced by the sheriff's office, or is this a code enforcement issue? Let me look and see if there's
So the only change that I wanted to add in here is that the county commissioner has the right to report a property on behalf of a constituent or a property that is noticed. And that is the only thing that I wanted changed. Everything else I wanted to remain the same until we're able to address the entire code enforcement ordinance. So I know that there's some wording changes in here with adding the sheriff's office and code enforcement and all that. That's the only thing I want is to be able to turn in a complaint ourselves without being told we have to live within a mile radius. So if we could just make that change, I'm okay with that.
and I think
So the agenda doesn't say it on it, but the public notice specified that only two sections were being opened and amended. And so that's the ones where the blue and red language is that essentially clarifies the process of filing a complaint and who can file a complaint. And so the rest of it, we don't have on the table to amend or make changes to. And it is a reality that they need updated, and a lot of things need to be addressed in the junk vehicle, the solid waste, and I can't remember if there's another ordinance that falls under code enforcement or not, but part of it will depend on the direction the commission decides to take as far as where code enforcement is situated, whether it's in the sheriff's department or emergency services. And there's pluses and minuses and consequences, whichever direction it goes. So right now, it's the way it's written is the sheriff or their designee is responsible, and that's how it's been. But we're operating with code enforcement doing it because statute does authorize, besides the sheriff, code enforcement and other designated individuals in the county can enforce ordinances. So that's kind of where we're at.
Can I make a suggestion on this? That these conversations need to happen before it gets to here. This is the second time in a week that we've had to delay table it because it hadn't went through the sheriff's department for his. I mean, it's time and money. We have to do this all over again. So if we can get these discussions done before it gets to this level. I understand there maybe come in at this level, there may be a suggestion or two that could be wrote in, but this is a total table thing. So, just my 2 cents.
Well, and I'd rather get it done right than to fix it and then have to fix it again later. So I'd be in favor of tabling it until we can get it the way we want it.
So this just leaves me hanging. I can't represent my constituents whenever they call about a complaint because I don't live within a mile radius.
And I have clarified to code enforcement that as written right now and published, I'm of the opinion that in the course of their duties, driving around and looking for violations, if they see a violation of this ordinance, they have the authority and legal right to investigate it and enforce it. And if they don't have to receive a complaint. If they do receive a complaint, then yeah, it needs to conform with what is currently written with the distance requirement and everything like that. But I don't think anything precludes them from seeing it and investigating it or getting a tip and going and looking. So I think they have that authority. I think that they can hear from a county commissioner that, hey, I saw this, will you go look at it and see if you think it's a violation? That's completely within the confines of what's written, and that's going to be my opinion until a judge has a case before them and disagrees. But we'll likely have the whole thing rewritten before a case gets to a judge, because I don't think any are currently filed. So that's where I see us.
And RB, the wording with, like Amy is trying to get in there, I have so many people that call me and talk to me about it, and then if I go to whoever, code enforcement or whatever, the commissioner they should have the right to be able to go to them and report it. because the people that voted for your commissioner, they're reporting to them because they don't understand the process and which way to go with it. So that verbiage should be in there somehow.
So, yes.
It's gonna be the same
I-
way with the dog ordinance, it's gonna be the same way with the junk vehicle, it's gonna be the dilapidated buildings, it should be able, because they're calling in, we got 15,000 or 20-something thousand people, and each one of us are coming, and they're gonna call us. It should be part of that language to be able to relay and not say, well, you have to go find somebody within a mile radius of wherever it is, and then they have to call.
So I don't disagree with you, but when it comes to the prosecution piece, if the commissioner is the official complainant, the commissioner is going to have to come in and testify.
If that's part of the
And,
process, then it's gonna have to be done, but that's the only way that you're gonna get a lot of, because if you tell the people they have to find somebody within a mile radius, they're not gonna do it.
Well, and that's why, so, what I see you describing, or what I hear you describing now is basically you're passing along a tip for the code enforcement officer to go, do a visual, investigation and see if in fact there is, a violation, of the ordinance.
And I also believe that we are the buffer to prevent neighbor wars. If we are able to protect the reporting constituent and say, I want this property addressed, then all they know is the commissioner is the one that wants the
Yeah.
property cleaned up, not the neighbor. And if they know that it's the neighbor, then they're gonna start throwing things at each other, and then we get the sheriff involved.
Yeah, and that's I think the intent behind the distance, requirement in the past was to, prevent this from being being weaponized to a way to harass someone that you have a problem with them otherwise. But it is helpful for the prosecution if there is a complainant that is down the road and they can come into court and say, I see this on a daily basis and it hurts my property value, or it causes me distress, or whatever it does. That is helpful to a successful prosecution. It's not as impactful when you don't have as close a connection. There's that, but I mean, we can drive around in this county and it won't take 5 minutes before we can see violations. They're everywhere.
And then something I was thinking of when I was reading this, we also need to include later about the Make Otero County Beautiful Committee. What is their role in reporting too? So just kind of keep that in the back of the mind. If that's what we want them to do, they need to have the leniency in here to do it too. So I think that's the only language that I want, is that a county commissioner can report it. All the rest of it doesn't have to be changed.
I think one of the biggest issues that I had with it, looking at it, was it seemed like in the very first portion of this, it puts responsibility on the sheriff's office. Then you get back to the end, last couple of pages of this, and it starts referring to code enforcement. I think there needs to be some kind of clear, it's spelled out, whose responsibility is this? Is it going to be the sheriff's office, or is it going to be code enforcement? I don't have a problem with doing this, but I will tell you right now, if it is my responsibility, I'm going to need more people to do it, because my guys are hammered right now. They don't have time for this. I would need extra bodies. And I think if it becomes responsibility of code enforcement, I have to commend Jacob Locke right now. I mean, he's doing a hell of a job, and pretty much by himself. I think there needs to be some more code enforcement people to help him out. So I just think it needs to be clarified in here and spelt out as, who's going to take care of this.
Well, the way it's wrote right now, if you look at page 4 of 6, paragraph C, it says, the party complaining to the sheriff's office or to code enforcement. And you've heard me say this before, I think code enforcement should be in the sheriff department. They should be one group to where they can work together, and you don't have this, well, this is your deal or is that my deal? So, again, I say they should be in one.
And I've actually tasked the rewriting of this ordinance to be completed by February with your approval to accept, so that when the budget season comes, then we can make all of those adjustments. The only thing that I wanted addressed here is that a commissioner can report it.
Yeah.
So basically, you know, just if we could just look at section 4A, and then 1 and 2. That's kind of the only changes that I suggested and what I would like to see passed today. Everything else was existing language already, which will be fixed one way or the other by February.
And so it's been written like this since, I believe, 1991.
Yeah.
And code enforcement has been enforcing it, and without making a change to it. New Mexico statute 437.2, or no, 437.1 and 437.3 outline that specifically code enforcement officers can enforce ordinances, and then it also places the responsibility to enforce them on the sheriff and the sheriff's department. Actually, I misspoke. That's 437.4. So as written, it's still able to be enforced either by the sheriff or code enforcement or both. But it needs, there's a lot of things that need updated throughout it. And, you know, today you can make the limited change to those 2 paragraphs, or you can choose to table it and just have it all updated in the next couple months by February.
So on the top of page 3, in red, it says the citation shall be the form approved.
So that's a deletion.
Oh, okay.
So red is deletion, blue
Okay.
is addition. And if we are going to go forward with these changes, I did add some language yesterday that I thought was needed in it too. And I can read that if that's the direction we're going.
And just to kind of explain on that citation, we used to write non-traffic citations. Courts won't accept them anymore. We have to do a summons to the court. That's, they've changed the rules, so that's why we had to modify this here to meet with that.
Well, I think if we could only address section 4 with those changes, that's what I would like addressed today, and we can table the rest for whenever we finish writing the entire ordinance.
It's, there's changes in section 4 and section 7.
See, and then, to me, this doesn't meet, in that paragraph 3, it doesn't meet really why I brought this forward. I mean, I understand the cleanup of language, but we've got a lot of cleanup of language that we need to do. My only issue is being allowed to turn in a complaint.
Which one?
So you said in section 7,
Uh-huh.
where you added in code enforcement and county official and all that, I think we can address those changes. Would we address the entire ordinance? The only thing that I want today is to be able to represent my constituents on a property complaint.
Okay.
Well, I'm rereading this again. Isn't on page 3, paragraph 1A, isn't that what it's saying? Or am I not reading that right? The complaint can be reported directly to code enforcement if the resident resides within 1 mile of the alleged violation, or to the county commissioner representing the district where the alleged violation is located. The county commissioner may also intimate a complaint of violations observed in their district.
That's what they're adding in. It's
Yeah.
in the blue, so.
But
that
that's
covers
what
it.
she's
That's what
wanting.
she's
That's what I
wanting,
want.
yeah.
Yeah. That and some language in A above the one. And then I went ahead and added at the bottom of page 2 where after code enforcement officer, I put may initiate and conduct an investigation to determine the validity of the complaint. And then if the sheriff, their designee, or a code enforcement officer believes a violation exists, then they may serve a citation or summons to the owner or occupant of the premises where the violation is located.
And I also want to make it very clear that I've been very careful to stay away from junk cars. And this originated from a complaint with camping trailers. And I don't deal with camping trailers, so I felt safe in doing this, but this is the ordinance that's used. So it's a tight wire for me because I'm not going after junk cars on purpose. But this originated from this complaint. So I'm not going after everybody's junk cars. Trust me, okay? I don't want anybody to think that. I just want to be able to complain.
Sheriff, are you comfortable if we go ahead and move forward with this with these changes that are in blue?
Yeah, that's pretty much what we discussed and talked about and then submitted to RB. So, yeah, I'm good with that. I just think we need to make sure that we know who's doing what.
Okay.
Because right now, it's kind of iffy. You know,
Is there
we're
anything
doing
that
part.
we need to change on this today before we move forward with approving it?
No, 'cause
as is?
I think the issues that we had, RB has already struck those
Okay,
in red, so,
okay,
yeah, I think if, going with the changes, I'd be good with that.
okay. All right. Anything else
Yeah,
No.
you got 3 people that want to talk on it.
on this?
Yes.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. All right. Rick Hodgkinson? Did you want to come up and speak?
Sit.
Sure.
Okay.
You can speak in the mic. You'll say your name.
In respect to this subject of the junk cars, I do live within a 1-mile radius of 90% of the issues we're discussing here.
Okay.
I live out in the Dungan edition. I jokingly say I'm the mayor of the ghetto. Anyway, we have vehicles that are being dragged and stockpiled on lots that have seeping oil, fuel. This is going into our ground, which I also am the president of the Water Association out there. This is more than just unsightly. This could contaminate people's water systems that are within 100 feet of these junk vehicles that have been drugged there. No tires, no, it isn't like they just got parked and they're fixing to be fixed. There's people dealing drugs out of these vehicles, starting little campfires next to these things. I mean, it's unsightly, it's unsafe. And there's corners, like on the corner of Lemon and Otero. If you're coming out Lemon, you can't even see to merge into traffic because I've got cars that are parked halfway in the roadway with their doors open. It's just gotten out of hand. And especially for the contamination of our water systems as well. So that's what I'm here about. I appreciate you calling me up here to voice my opinion on it. And we'll be here every month until we can get something done about it.
Okay.
And we're anxious to clean up the neighborhood. I know my neighborhood has a reputation of being druggies and all this kind of stuff going on out there. Well, everybody isn't into that.
Right.
And I've got a nice place out there, and we put up our Christmas lights, and it's embarrassing to have people over to drive by all these unsightly things just to come visit. So we'd appreciate it if we get something done about this as soon as possible.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Hope Hodgkinson? Oh, he said it, okay, he said it for you. Patrick Maroney?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I appreciate that the commission is starting to take a look at this because the junk vehicles in our area are just getting completely out of hand. Unfortunately, I picked up a copy of the new ordinance yesterday, but it only had every other page. So it's kind of confusing trying to keep track as to what the things you were talking about. I see there seems to be a lot of weak language in this. A lot of places where it says may do this, may do that. There's really no teeth unless it says shall. And maybe the sheriff's office or code enforcement could look at getting volunteers to help them. I don't know if a reserve officer could take reports on this and do some investigating to take the hands off of a way overworked sheriff's office or a way overworked code enforcement office. And I just thought that I would bring that up, there would probably be several people would be interested in helping with cleaning up. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So can we pass this with what Sheriff Black wanted to, what he was talking about? You already on his concerns? Or do we need to read?
I believe he was good with what is written in section 4 as far as updates and deletions. That was my understanding, so.
Sheriff Black, you, okay.
And I just, when you make your motion, you would need to clarify if you're good with the language that I just added. That just kind of, before, or the way it was, the copy you have, it goes from receiving a complaint to issuing a citation. And that they need to investigate it first, and there's a possibility that it's not a violation. So that's why I just wanted to clarify in there that upon receiving a report, they can go investigate, and then if they determine there's a violation, at that point they may issue a citation. And the language is may in many cases, and there is a purpose for that. It does not take away the teeth, but it allows for officer discretion in how to handle these. And for this problem / issue, voluntary compliance is the primary goal sought. We're not looking to fine people or put them in jail. We want them to just clean up the place or get rid of the hazard or vehicle. And so in most cases, that is the first approach. And then there's an escalation. I appreciate the volunteers, and I think if volunteers want to go ask people if they can help clean up their property and haul away some trash for them and help them out, then that would be outstanding and a great thing for our community to do. But in terms of enforcing any ordinances, they, at the end of the day, have the threat of throwing someone in a cage if they don't comply. And with that comes the possibility of hostile interactions and violence. And so not somewhere we want, really don't even want our code enforcement officers in that position. because they don't have as many protections and rights as what a deputy's going to in the terms of those situations. So that's just something to be mindful of.
And that's one of the reasons why I recommend that the code enforcement be part of the sheriff's office. Just for their safety, period. And communication, but, yeah.
Ready to make a motion?
Yep, I would like to make a motion to accept the changes as presented, knowing that we are going to be addressing the rest of the changes in the near future.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Number 2, discuss, hear public comment, and consider approval of Outback Acres preliminary plat.
They don't know who I am. They don't want to know who I am.
We do know who you are.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, audience, thank you.
Brought the whole crew with you, huh?
I did. Scared me though, you know. They threatened to, I may need sheriff's escort out of here. Please. They threatened me already. Anyway, my name is Marvin McGee. I'm the engineer for Outback Subdivision, Acre Subdivision. I'm here representing Waco Bolson Realty. The proposed subdivision is a 301 lot, 1 acre per lot subdivision, essentially located in Chaparral, New Mexico. It is the growing community that getting close to being landlocked. But anyway, here's another one. We went through the Planning Commission and received a recommended approval of this proposed subdivision. We had sent out, well, prior to that, through Sylvia, we'd sent the booklet to the review agencies. There were a couple of comments. We addressed them all except the state engineer's office that said there was an error, and we acknowledged there was an error. The error was on their part. So anyway, we did receive recommended approval of the Planning Commission, and I guess I'm here today to answer any questions that the commission or any other people for that matter may have.
And that's why we have 2 books, is because of that change.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Yeah.
It's
So-
a revised,
so I
we sent a revised one.
And that's the one that says October 15th on it?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
Got it.
Now, assuming, and I don't want to assume too many things, but assuming we get approval, then you'll get another book. We're trying to
Kill the trees.
delete trees.
We need to thin the forest.
I would have put them side by side because I wanted to see the differences and I couldn't find it.
Well,
Yeah.
there are differences,
Okay.
yes, ma'am, there are differences. We did add a couple of different changes into the disclosure statement. And in the restrictive covenants, we added another change. And in the management plans, we did not make any changes. But we answered the review agency comments. That's the big difference. We put the review agency's comments and our response to those review agencies. And that's the big difference in here. There's minor changes throughout the document. Hans, dealt with Hans for years. And I tell him every time I put in a mistake for him to find. He said, I read the thing front to back and back to front, and I didn't find a mistake.
Got to keep him on his toes.
So
He is very thorough.
he is very thorough.
Yes.
And I finally, it's a running joke between us now. And he's a good gentleman. I enjoy working with him.
I don't have any questions. I'm fine with it.
Where's Tom? Did Tom have any?
Tom
It's on
is
vacation.
off the grid right now,
Yeah.
hunting.
Is he hunting?
Yes.
But it did go to him and he didn't have any.
He didn't have anything,
Yeah,
okay.
I believe you updated that in the new book, right?
Yes.
His is in there now in the new book.
Okay.
Yes, we had no comments from the road superintendent. We did from the
Emergency.
addressing,
Oh, the
yeah, we
GIS.
changed the name of a road name and then paid taxes.
$18.
Yeah, $15.
18.
18, excuse me. Didn't want to short the county $3.
We need it.
Right.
And then the only other changes were added one more restrictive covenants about prohibiting of drilling of wells within the subdivision. And then we also added another one that if lots cannot be split to less than 1 acre, period. So there's some of the larger lots are like 3 and 4 acres in here, and potentially,
You
the
know,
owners could request
one thing I was gonna ask
a
you,
division.
in your subdivisions, do they have a ordinance or a ruling on tying multi-dwellings into one septic?
Yeah, they're, they, only one dwelling per,
Okay.
only one dwelling per lot. So they can't have,
2 or 3 mobile
yeah,
homes tied in.
they can't put a mobile home park in one lot.
They try.
They try.
In rewriting this subdivision ordinance also, I've asked for infrastructure be placed so that we wouldn't have to dig up any roads after you build these roads. Like a 10-year period where you allow internet lines, so all we have to do is go through and install the internet line, all that. How will that affect you in your developments?
Already done.
Okay, and, oh, it's already done?
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Yes, that's great.
Yeah,
Yes.
the Chaparral Cable, they put in their lines, which they provide internet and television and telephone, they can, through their lines, and they put that on all underground.
Yay. Thank
Yay.
That's good, we like
Yes.
it.
So it's a done deal.
Okay.
Right. Anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
Nope, all right. I make a motion to consider approval of Outback Acres preliminary plat.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, done.
Commissioners, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll be able to get out of here without the sheriff's escort.
Okay, good. I hope we can say the same.
Thank you.
Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you for coming.
Thursday, next Thursday is the lunch meeting also, right?
Correct.
Okay. See ya.
Okay, we've got the 10 o'clock canvas. Should we go ahead and start with the sheriff's office report to get that started?
Good morning again.
morning.
David Black, Otero County Sheriff. For October 2024, the Otero County Sheriff's Office, we responded to 2,601 calls for service, 267 investigative reports, 64 traffic crash investigations, resulted in 62 arrests. We had 2 warrants that were served. We had 96 traffic citations issued, served 293 subpoenas for the courts. And I kind of changed things up just a little bit to give you all some kind of an idea of how we're responding to the surrounding agencies, helping them out. I've been given Tularosa's numbers. We had 109 for October, 109 calls we took in the village of Tularosa. Within the city limits of Alamogordo, we took 606 calls. And we responded to 42 calls within the village of Cloudcroft. So that was 757 calls for service within those jurisdictions. For narcotics, we had 9 search warrants. We had 5 arrests. We had 1 agency assist. Had 75 case reports, which that's about double of what it normally is. You'll see the results of those case reports in the near future. We had 6 vehicles that were seized. We had 2 jail possession cases. Seized 121 grams of meth, 2.89 grams of heroin, 4 grams of cocaine. Again, we had 7 grams or 0.7 grams of fentanyl powder seized and 2,648 fentanyl pills. Total about a little over $53,000 worth of illegal narcotics seized. Special events, we were extremely busy in October. I'm just gonna kind of go through the list and not the dates. National Night Out at Holloman Air Force Base, National Night Out and Recruiting at Sunland Park, Coffee with a Cop at the Plateau Espresso, Torch Run meetings in Las Cruces, Alamogordo Night Out, Holloman Air Force Base Career Day, Trunk or Treat at the El Paso Community College, Trunk or Treat at Lowe's. We had a DARE graduation at La Luz Elementary. We had a haunted house at Yucca Heights Elementary in Chaparral. We did a DARE graduation at Holloman Air Force Base. This is the first year we actually got to teach on the base, and they are looking forward to us coming back. They're actually talking about sending some of their OSI people to get certified to help us teach out there. So that was a really cool deal. And then we did a trunk or treat at the Elks Lodge. Training for the sheriff's office has been ongoing. Again, we got the legislative mandated classes that we're doing our annual and biannual training. Again, we're working on our policies with the program supplied by New Mexico counties. We're about 90% complete with updating all of our policies and procedures. I think Under Sheriff Jett, he's been kind of tasked with that, and he's glad to be almost done. Again, with these policies and procedures, we get those updated. Not only we're going to be in compliance with best practices and standards nationwide, but we are, as soon as we get them done, we will start the accreditation process. We have about 10 deputies left to complete the Red Dot class that we started. We had a few that were out on leave or hunts and stuff like that, so we'll be doing that here soon to get them qualified. I did have another community services officer, CSO DeGraff, completed the CIT training. With this graduation, I've got 9 deputies left now that need to complete the CIT training to have the entire department CIT trained. Looking at the manning for the office. Right now, if you looked at my board I have in my office, there's 14 total vacancies. But this does include the 3 deputies that are currently at the academy in Hobbs. 1 deputy at a cert by waiver in Hobbs. 2 deputies that are currently out on medical leave. These positions have a person filling those positions, but we're not getting to utilize them yet. They've still got training and stuff that they'll have to go through before we can put them on solo patrol. And that's probably going to be the end of March, the 1st of April. So that leaves 8 positions open. We got 3 new hires that started on the 4th. And 4 more that hopefully in about 2 to 3 weeks we'll have them through the hiring process, and we'll get them started. But then all 7 of those deputies will be going through the academy in Hobbs. We may even have to split them and send some to Hobbs, some to Santa Fe. But we're looking at, solo patrol for those guys. We're looking at a year from now before they'll be utilized solo patrol. The 3 employees that Deputy Woodring, Ariano, and Guzman that are currently at the academy in Hobbs, they are doing very, very well. I think last month I told you we were going for a parent-teacher conference over there with them. I was pleasantly surprised with that. They have standards they have to meet when they enter the academy, and then they have a standard they have to meet midway through, and then they have to have exit standards. This is halfway through, and all of them are meeting all of their exit standards by a long ways. So they're doing very well on the physical fitness portion of it. And all three of them have at least, we got a 93.5 GPA, a 94.4, and a 97.3 GPA. The instructors over there talked to us and said, whatever you taught them before they came over here, keep doing it, because they are so much more prepared than everybody else. So basically, we give them the academy before they go to the academy. Last month, the report had 4 deputies that are currently in the FTO program by way of graduating the last academy or hired as a lateral transfer. 2 of those have completed now, and they are on solo patrol. They're both working in our Chaparral district. Another deputy will start on the 21st and begin his FTO training. Vehicles, we got 2 more from the upfitter here not too long ago. Talking with him, we're looking at having 3 more Tahoes completed by mid-December. We'll have those in rotation. With the other money I talked about, that $160,000 that Representative Townsend, the New Mexico Grow money, gave me, I did receive 3 new trucks. It'll be community services trucks, and we are preparing them for the upfitting right now. So hopefully soon we'll have those in rotation. As far as an update on the recent deputy-involved shooting of Elijah Hadley, the only information I have right now is that the DA from Bernalillo County has sent this investigation to a use of force expert, a subject matter expert, for a review, and then it'll come back to him. I was told this review should be done sometime in January. Is all they wouldn't 1st of January, end or whatever, it just said in January. So we're still just sitting and waiting on reviews and stuff like that for a decision on that. So that's it.
Would you like to give us a rundown of your testimony at that OSHA hearing yesterday?
Yeah, that was kind of interesting. Basically, they're looking at trying to revamp the fire brigade rules and stuff, which OSHA is wanting to take control of that. And right now, OSHA has control of safety and health issues in the workplace. But they want to take total control to where they have control of everything, training, equipment, everything. So we as sheriffs, we had sheriffs from National Sheriff Association, Western State Sheriff Association, 2 from New Mexico, also represented the border sheriffs, Utah, Oregon. We all gave testimony as to how is this going to affect local law enforcement, fire services, emergency medical services, and search and rescue, basically your volunteer programs. I know back east, they're looking at, they're good with this. Out west, we're not good with this, because that's basically, it's going to throw a lot of more training, equipment, and everything that these volunteers are going to have to purchase, pay for, and spend many, many more hours in training. A lot of these volunteers, they got other jobs. This is going to pull them away from that. This is really a bad deal. So we just gave our testimony telling them how it's going to affect us in the western states and urge them to reconsider this emergency response rule. And I think we kind of got our point across yesterday to them. So again, the rural areas in western states, this would decimate the volunteer, our volunteers that help in all categories. But now we'll see. They got 2 more weeks of testimony, and then we'll see what they do. And kind of the way we approached it was, they don't have the authority to do what they're doing, but they're trying to do it anyway. So we made them aware of that, and we set them up for, basically, if they approve this and go through with it, then we have, litigation that is prepared and ready to take place. So, but yeah, our volunteers and stuff here, this would decimate our volunteer groups and stuff here, so.
Maybe the new administration could have stopped that.
Well, we're hoping that the guy that's kind of helping us ramrod this, he's kind of part of that administration, and he's
helping.
yeah, he's a good guy, and I think he will help out tremendously in trying to get this stopped, so.
I listened to all of the sheriff's testimony after the capital outlay meeting. I pulled over on the side of the road coming home from Redoso, so I didn't lose service. So I'm sitting there in my car listening. And then I listened to the ambulance. The people that represented all the ambulance services, they spoke, and they pretty much said the same thing that you guys did. So
Yeah.
nobody was in favor of it that spoke yesterday. So I felt pretty good after that
I think you got
hearing.
some large fire departments in the northeastern part of the United States that they want to encompass all their little volunteers. And that's kind of where this is coming from. We can't do that out here. We've got to have our volunteers that, come out and help. We had a hunter lost up here last week. I bet we had 15, 16 volunteers show up. Within 2 hours, we found him. Got him back to camp. He was cold, dehydrated, but he's alive,
Yes.
So, thanks to our volunteers. Without them, we might still be looking for him, so. Yeah, it's a bad deal that we're trying to fight.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, I have one little thing I needed clarification on. So I went to Chaparral Tuesday for the meeting. As I was driving in, I wanted to drive in on State Line to see the progress of the new Allsups. The third dispensary on State Line backs up right next to a church. So Judy was there, the code enforcement for down there, and I asked him, I said, that's closer than the limits, isn't it? She goes, I've had several complaints about it. So I asked her, why haven't we done anything about it? And she just kind of looked at me. So is that code enforcement department, or is that the sheriff department to follow up on that?
I have talked with several people from the state on that deal. The last response I got from the state was they do not see a violation due to structures being built at different times. That's the only explanation I've received from the state.
I'm fairly certain that it does not include churches in the distance requirement. It's only schools and daycare. And where churches are listed is in terms of advertising. And
signage.
so they have their signs up and stuff for the store, and those are definitely within 300 feet. And but the state came back, and I would have to find the email to it was a bullshit lawyer type of answer. So they said that the signage on the building does not count as advertising. They called it something else, and so it's not a violation because it's not advertising.
Or the word dispensary on the front of it, that does not count?
Not how they framed it and see it.
So that has been, there's nothing they can do on that? Okay.
Nothing they will do.
And code enforcement has been in contact with him over that for a long time. That's how RB was, me and him talked about it. I talked with the supervisor of the Cannabis Control Division. That's exactly what he told us. It's not advertising, it's branding. They're allowed to have it. There is no requirement within the law of them to be away from a church. It is only schools and daycares. So they will not do anything about it. There's nothing that can be done.
Okay. I don't know why I thought in that deal that church is included in that
Right,
distance.
Should be.
Okay.
Maybe it's an opportunity to get some people to come to the congregation.
There you go.
They'll be relaxed and
Yeah.
ready to listen.
Bring
So
snacks.
if that church had a Sunday school, a day school, that they have, like some churches do have some,
Daycare center while they're in church and stuff.
could that be considered?
It's an option, I mean, we could look at it. I have a feeling the state's going to tell us that it has to be a licensed daycare or something like that, you know, full-time type deal. And it really, well, what's difficult about this is they have all these things that you can't do, but the only people that have authority to enforce that is the state. Okay? The only thing we can enforce is what's in our county ordinance, date and time and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So, it's very difficult, very frustrating.
Okay,
Anything else? Nope. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
It's a little before 10. Should we wait 5 minutes, or I don't see anybody here from the clerk's
We
office?
could pause once they come in. We can just
Okay.
continue and pause.
You're not gonna talk that long, are you, John?
No, I'm very short stuff.
We may have to say timeout for the 10 o'clock
I'll be
thing,
done,
and
I'll
then
talk
you,
fast.
and then you can start back up.
John Martin, 911 Director for the county. How are you guys today?
Good.
For the October, for 911 calls, we did about 2,600 911 calls, a little over 1,000 officer lines, and about 8,600 admin lines, with a total of 12,462 calls into the 911 center. We do currently still have 7 positions opening. We are processing about 9 applications at this time, just to see where we're gonna hire out of that. And we're redoing our training program a little bit on that, where we're gonna do something called box training, where we'll end up bringing we'll probably do 5 total applicants, and we have 1 person train all 5 of them, and down at our backup center down at the EOC. And we pretty much have a hot seat. So 1 person does live calls as the other people are on practice CAD doing what the live person is doing. And then every 2 hours they rotate. There's been a couple other centers across the United States that have been doing it, and they've actually seen it help, because they can actually bring more applicants in at the same time and train them all at the same time. So we're gonna do that for call taking only, and as soon as they clear call taking, they'll hit the floor with radios with one-on-one CTO. We do have 1 training coordinator position open, and our IT person that we interviewed, we are in backgrounds currently with that person, doing some backgrounds. With updates, the deputy director and we attended the first 911 leadership conference for New Mexico, and I did instruct one of the classes during that time. Tons of feedback on when I instructed, and Eddy County has already asked me to go and teach their sheriff's office and their 911 centers about policy and procedures. So that's gonna be happening in December. We have been having ongoing project meetings for Carbine, our new 911 solution for call handling, and the projected go-live date is in January, which will bring a lot of infrastructure. El Paso 911 has reached out to us. They're looking about moving to Carbine, along with MIRVDA. They're looking to move to Carbine also. So when we go live, they want to be able to participate, and we'll actually be able to link our phone systems together to have simultaneous calls or help each other out when we get overflows or staffing issues. We are currently working on APCO Project 33. APCO Project 33 is an accreditation program through the National APCO for 911. Pretty much it just accreditates our training program through our agency. After revamping our training program, we meet a lot of the requirements, so we're starting to process all that stuff. The deadline is December to get it in for them to recognize us at the national conference, but we do really have till August to really get it all in. So we're gonna try to do it December. Be awesome for them to recognize us. If not, we'll get it done by August. And then for the annual PSAP, or the PST certifications, we are finishing that up with the sheriff's office. They're willing to help us out with instructors to get those annual requirements done. Those are due by the end of December, and then all of our dispatchers will be good to go with the next year for the certification. So everyone will be in compliance with that. And then we are currently in the process, or I should say we finished the process of rewriting our emergency medical dispatch program to help with the workflow of how we handle our calls. And that has been submitted to APCO for approval. And as soon as that is done, we will be initiating that into the 911 center. And then the last thing I have is, you guys have probably seen, we are help facilitating Toys for Tots. So we do have boxes around the county here at the county admin, the sheriff's office, Alamogordo Police Department, our building. And then I just asked Nina. Nina's willing to put it in her lobby too. So Nina will be putting the box there. We're gonna collect till December 20th, and then we will bring everything to the event they are hosting at the Civic Center in Alamogordo on the 21st. And that's all I have.
I gave your contact info to the mayor of Cloudcroft yesterday at Capital
Okay.
Outlake, so if he calls you, I gave it to him.
That's
So,
fine, and I can
yes,
get a
of
box
course,
up
to
there
the
if they
south.
want a box too, so.
Okay.
We were willing to work with anybody.
For large deliveries, are we still using Dungan to store that stuff, or?
We could take it here. We have a trailer that we're putting it all in, and we're gonna just bring it all in our trailer, so. And we've started to clean out our bay for that invitation I gave you guys, so we have some room that we can store some things too.
Okay.
So, just get a hold of me and we'll even go pick it up for you guys too, so.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Yay, we finished on time, perfect. Holy cow, it's sweating. Okay, we're gonna move on to our canvas, certify the canvas of the 2024 general election. You're glad this is over? Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You have in front of you our canvas, the numbers of all the candidates and questions by precinct. It's probably kind of at the bottom of your pile. This is what is out of our system that they're uploaded to from each of the machines. We also enter hand tallies into that. If you'll look at the discrepancy sheet, it's yellow on top. I think I'll be a teacher in my next
I
one.
know. Or Vanna White,
Yeah.
probably pays more.
Right. If you'll notice with our absentee ballots, we had 348 hand tallies. That consisted of our military ballots and then 44 absentee. On election day, these were the numbers that were turned into each of our voting convenience centers. The one that was rejected from the Tularosa Public Safety and Chaparral were because it was just the inner envelope. They didn't put it in their outer envelope, so we had no idea whose ballot it was. So they just turned it in, and so those were rejected by our board. Okay. You also have the memo in there that is, because of the statute that's attached to it, Otero County Deputy brought chaparral ballots and supplies at 11:37 p.m. on election night from the Far South Fire Station, and they locked all of their supplies, including machine memory cards, in the black ballot box. Per 1-13-8, we convened an election board to open the box. Once we took out the supplies, we locked the box back up. We sent one of the new keys to district court. So what happens on election night after our poll workers are through with everything, the only thing that goes in the black ballot boxes are the ballots and the spoiled ballots, because those will stay locked for the 45 days. And there's 2 padlocks on them. One is sent to district court, one's sent to us, so that nobody can get into them. Well, they ended up putting everything in there. And on election night, we have to have the cards to upload to the Secretary of State's office so that it shows that all of our precincts have come in. There's a statute that says that if all of our precincts don't come in on election night, we have to stay in the office and man it until we get all of our returns in. So even though we had the returns in the box, we had to open it in order to read the card. So we just did a memo to the file, just so you knew that it did happen. Okay, and also, as you well know, we had so many SDRs, same-day voter registrations, and they started out in early voting. During early voting, the 28 days, we had 819 people register to vote.
How many did you say?
819, that was during early voting. Now, on election day only, we had 953 people for a total of 1,768. So these people came to the polls unregistered or wanting to make a change to their registration. All of them had to have a picture ID, and they had to have proof of their residency. If on their picture ID it did not list the address that they were registering under, they had to have some form of proof, like a bank statement or utility bill with their name attached to that address. So we had, like, they were standing in line for a very long time, especially at our larger locations at Tays, Fairgrounds, and Civic Center. At one time, it was probably about, I don't know, about 5:30, and I went up to Tays and there were 60 people standing in line, and it was about the same at the others. And it continued like that, and at Chaparral. That's why it was so late before we got the returns from Chaparral. So, and then last but not least, this wonderful form that Monique Minus is responsible for. She takes care of this every day and sends it out to everybody that wants it.
I miss seeing it this time.
What's that?
I miss seeing this
You didn't
time.
request it? You have to request it.
I just assume.
You know what that does to you.
That's right.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so if you'll notice, we have it listed. The top are, those are the days that we can mail out ballots. You notice 9/21 to 10/7, that's when we mail out military ballots, or we email. We start doing that 45 days prior by statute. October 8th is 28 days prior, and that's when we start doing early absentee voting. We can only mail out ballots until 2 weeks prior to the election. So that was October the 23rd, okay? Military, we can mail out longer than that because they're emailed. So they're not mailed, they're emailed. Because at least we know we'll have a chance to get those back. And then the next section is the ones that were returned. So these we mailed out, and these are the ones that came back to us. So out of 3,157 that we sent out, we received 2,844 back. So that's pretty good. Then if you'll turn the page, administration, those were all the days we voted, and that was the total turnout. Then we have the fairgrounds. We had a really good turnout, especially at the fairgrounds. Every day was almost $500 or $500. 500 voters or over. And then if you'll notice at Tularosa, great turnout for mobile voting. Same at Cloudcroft, that was really good. The Inn of the Mountain Gods really surprised us. That was a great number there. And Chaparral, I mean, they just turned out in droves. It was great. You notice we have, by the end of Election Day, with all of our same-day registrations, we ended up with 39,948 registered voters. 24,351 actually voted for a turnout of 60.96%.
That's amazing.
Isn't that pretty good?
Yes.
Now, in the 2020 election, we had a 64% turnout.
Yep.
But we had actually less people voted in the 2020 election, but there were less registered voters. So that's why the percentage obviously is different. We had 23,000 vote, I think, because that's how many ballots we had turned over at one time to have them scanned. Were 23,000.
And something, including our county and other counties, the Uocava ballots were almost doubled.
Yes. We
And-
did have, we had 301 Uocava ballots. So that's a great number.
It is good that we're getting our military engaged. Do you think that is just a trend because we had such high voter turnout that we expect the military to be part of that? Or do you think that there were
some outside sources getting those people out to register and vote. I think a lot of people didn't realize they could still register with the new law in place. And they were talking about on Facebook, where people were on Facebook saying, if you're not registered, just go to a polling location. You can register and vote. Just take your ID or whatever. So they really got out on social media.
A lot of the military were in line doing SDRs.
Good?
Yeah.
Well, the number in Chaparral, I noticed it was up quite a bit higher than what normally is, so.
Absolutely it was, yes. So we had a great turnout.
I have a
So I'll stand for
question.
questions, absolutely.
Okay, the Secretary of State mailed out 105,000 cards for people to go vote. And it said on the card that if you're not a citizen, you can't vote. What guardrails does the state of New Mexico have to verify that the people that actually voted are citizens?
The guardrail that they have in place is that they have to swear and sign that they are a United States citizen if they want to vote. That is what is on our voter registration form.
Okay. But do we have any way, because I have a state rep that told me he's fixing to be a senator, that he's been trying to get this information from the Secretary of State, and she's stiff-arming him, she's not doing
There's
it.
not any, we don't really have any tools in place to do that. I mean, there's not a registry that we can go and say, let me check our registered voters against this registry. We've never been given a tool like that.
Because, I mean, when you hire a person.
Because it would be federal. It
Well,
would
when
be-
you hire somebody to work, you have to go through E-Verify, and I mean, they can tell you right there. So we need some guardrails.
No, absolutely, and
Because
the
that
clerks,
105,000 going
the
out?
clerks have been fighting for that. You know, we want some tools to do that. But, you know, we can only do with what they give us.
Right,
So
yeah, that's a big concern.
it's a big
Because
concern.
even 25% of them voted out 100,000, that could change some elections in our county even.
Well, and also, you know, voter ID, voter ID, that's
Yeah.
another big concern.
It is. Got to get some people in there that listen to us. We need to,
Talk to your legislators.
I
They're the
do.
ones that do it.
I know.
So I'm told the only recourse is if somebody is not a citizen that marks that form and then 5 years from now applies to be a citizen, that they can get caught for lying on that form and denied citizenship. So from that, where during the citizenship process do they look to see if that person ever voted? Is that
They can go online to the Secretary of State's office, or they can get the information from us as well.
But I wonder.
Voter history.
I wonder if they actually talk to each other when doing it to see. if
Good
they can
question.
catch them.
I'm sure they can investigate it and find that information. But it is a felony,
It looks,
signing that form.
it looks like there's two sections going into effect in July of next year that address kind of the registration when you get your driver's license and those types of registration. And it is specifying that citizenship needs to be reviewed and verified via databases to confirm. So I don't know why that didn't go into effect, why it doesn't go into effect till next year, but are you
And why we don't
familiar
have
with that?
access to that?
Yeah,
Is that just MVD that has access to that?
that's what it looks like.
And since MVD is one of ours that does that does register voters, hopefully.
So one section addresses the motor vehicle department. Another is any agency that participates in state agency-based voter registration program. So you haven't seen these yet?
No,
Okay.
but I bet Selena and Monique have. Just to let you guys know, look who's coming in.
I know.
They're gonna do a great job, and I
Yes,
asked them
they
to come over with us. That this is me and Denise's last election.
Wow. Yeah,
You
we
girls
need-
go. Woo, woo, woo.
We definitely need to make some changes on that registering people to vote when they get their driver's
It sounds
license.
like if that's going
So
into
that's-
place, then
that's
that will
good.
affect our office as well, because we compare everything with MVD as well.
Yeah. 'Cause the
So,
last time I had to renew my driver's license, I was gonna get that real ID, and I didn't wanna have to give them a kidney that day. So I said, you know what, just renew my regular, and I got a passport to fly, because it's ridiculous, you know? I was born here, lived here my entire freaking life.
no,
And it was-
absolutely, and the
Pissed me
only
off so
difference
bad, I
that
was
that
just like,
does,
no, not doing it.
that real ID, it just allows you to go on the plane or
I
go
know.
on federal.
Yeah.
To buy cigarettes.
I could talk about that for a while, because I had my 89-year-old mom that they didn't even tell me about that at the time, that I could just get her driver's license. They said, no, you've got to do the real ID. So I had to jump through hoops to get her, and then I find out later, no, I didn't have to do
Yeah.
that.
All right, well, we appreciate your work. I know this was a big election, and that same day, voter registration. I mean, it draws people in to vote, which is awesome.
Awesome.
But I can imagine the work that it adds to you, and it makes me
Oh, our
nervous.
workers, we had the best election workers as well.
Yeah.
In our office, oh my gosh, jumped through hoops as well. Everybody pulled together, what a great team.
Well, I was down here multiple times, and the group that you have that works here are amazing. They were always upbeat, kind to everyone, and seemed
Glad
be
to
having a
hear
good
that.
time.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
They're
they
so
were
good.
really good.
So proud of them.
Yep, good group. So we appreciate our volunteers. Couldn't do it
Well, they're
without
not volunteers, they are paid.
Well, that's true.
Everybody
I forgot
says,
about
yeah, I'll
that, yeah.
volunteer. Well, you're not volunteering.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Well, they might be getting
The
paid,
paid
but it's not very
volunteers,
much.
okay.
Yeah,
They get paid well.
They
yeah.
do.
It was absolutely great, and I know that some of my questions didn't pertain to Otero County when I called you, but you picked up your phone every single time I called and asked questions, Selena too, and so I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
All right. Anything else?
I'm good.
Anything? All right. Okay, so I guess I need to make a motion to certify the canvass of the 2024 general election.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lady, and thank you for your service over the years. You both have been amazing, so thank you.
Vicky, Gerald, me, right? Robin, you, Gerald, me.
Right, yeah. Matt, you want to come on up?
Morning, Commissioners. Matt Clark, Emergency Services Director.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm listening, I'm just signing.
Signing your life away.
Hi, I'm signing my life.
So for the month of October, the volunteers responded to 288 calls of service. 29 of them were fires, 3 structure fires, 193 EMS calls. Codes, we opened up 16 cases. 4 of those were illegal burns. Our office responded to 12 completed 12 fire responses, 8 EMS responses. We completed 2 fire inspections on cannabis facilities. We have today 3 dilapidated buildings, structures that are going to be mitigated by we're told the end of the week, so tomorrow. Those are Desert Willow, Tularosa Drive, and Siesta Drive. So those should be completed, like I said, by tomorrow. Did 7 fire investigations. The slash pit did 51 loads out. 51 loads in, 6 loads out for the month of October. Year to date, we took in 952 loads of slash. People were really cleaning everything up. 44 loads went out. The slash pit is closed for the season. We're getting it prepared to hopefully be able to burn it again in January when we get snow cover. The volunteers responded to Roswell in their flood event that they had that kind of devastated Roswell.
That was awful.
Hagerman, Dexter, they'll be cleaning up for quite a while. We sent a 9-man team from Jackrabbit Flats, far south, and Alamo West. Within 20 minutes of asking the volunteers to head out that way, I had received enough to send a team out and still had a team on standby. So they did a great job answering that call. And like I said, they'll be recovering on that side for quite a while.
Yeah, I talked to Bill Williams, the county manager there, and they certainly appreciate your help. They're very appreciative of that.
Well, I don't like that we had to do it, but I'm glad that we were able to do it. For the month of October, it was Fire Prevention Month, so we did a lot of events throughout, going to schools. The volunteers kind of stepped up and went to those schools, did events at Home Depot, at Lowe's. We did the big fire prevention event at Washington Park in conjunction with the food truck wars. Had a pretty good turnout for that. I sent 3 volunteers to CIT training from Far South and 1 from my office. They graduated last month, so getting a few more people in there. I have 2 out of my office that have attended. We're going to work on getting more as well because we do go out and interact, especially on those EMS calls. 21 Quail Trail is kind of, it is what it is. We realize that they have moved a lot of their vehicles over to Otero Lehman. We have a case opened on that. We've spoken with the owner of the property, and on the 23rd of November, if nothing has been moved, they will be cited into court for their property there. As far as the visibility, we'll work with the sheriff's office continually to make sure that everything is pushed in and try not to block the view. Checking the easements that way. 17 Glen, we're going to work on getting volunteers. They're supposed to be cleaned up during the Thrive event, and that just didn't happen for whatever reason. So RB was working with Jacob to try and find some local organizations that are willing to sponsor, if you will, provide volunteers to go out and help clean that property. And we're going to try, if that property works out good, continuing that throughout the county on some of our problem ones and using it that way. We're going to work on tractor again. We really haven't seen any improvement on that. So our next step is to cite him back into court, and that's just going to have to be done. With that day of carrying, I want to say they removed 150 tons off of his, I think off of his property alone. So it was a cleanup process, but still very, very lacking. And then like you said, 53 Otero, we have that one set to more than likely go to court because I don't see him doing anything. With that, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have one. The Day of Thrive was, Alamogordo, Otero County came together. It was a great thing. So I went around and checked. In my district, one of the places was on First Street. The stuff that was left is getting bigger, the pile, and they're bringing new stuff in. And then Rose Street, which was a deal that went on years ago, is coming back into, the box van's not out there, but other items, trailers and stuff like that. So I didn't know if we're doing some follow-up. I know Jacob is because we've had this conversation, but I just want to know what the procedure is on.
So Jacob will be going back out there again. I know yesterday I spoke with Jacob, and the First Street one, we're going to try and get the dumpsters back out to the fire station since that's the closest county-owned property. So that maybe that'll help entice them to clean it up again. And then out of our meeting that we had last night, we're going to try and come up with a game plan where we can not only just have organizations sponsor, provide volunteers for these cleanups, but is there a spot that we can do a community cleanup in a neighborhood and provide the dumpsters there and try and move them around? That's going to be a focus that we'll start working on.
Yeah. that's a touchy deal, but I think if you're gonna do a community cleanup or a neighborhood cleanup, we should have the right to put a dumpster, if you get permission from a landowner or something, even though it's not county property.
When we do the county, the community cleanups and neighborhood cleanups, we'll be able to put them on private property, or an empty lot if we get permission from, that landowner. Because it'll be not just serving a property. It may be a targeted property that we're trying to get cleaned up, but it'll be for the entire neighborhood.
Yeah.
But on the times that we don't do those, being able to drop it, like at the Bulls Acres Fire Station, at least we can drop it, and if they use it, great. If they don't,
Well, every ton picked up is probably stopping 10 tons of trash, so.
And I was out on First Street on Tuesday, made contact with the property owner himself. A lot of that stuff that we seen a couple weeks ago that moved back on there is now gone. He hasn't added anything else that I can see. There's a little bit more in the front that has gone, he's taken somewhere else. I don't know where he took it, but he did ask for a dumpster. That's where I'm working on trying to get one of our dumpsters back at the fire station, because his wife is really eager to finish that project. But a lot of the stuff that we seen a couple weeks ago, it was gone on Tuesday. So there has been improvement made on that property since the last time we talked about it. So.
Yeah, her trailer on that front corner by the stop sign, they're getting bigger.
Yeah, and that one is one that they want to take down over there. It was supposed to come up on the day of Thrive, but we didn't get very much help from that organization, and she didn't want to get rid of the trailer because that's her trailer to haul trash supposedly. So all we had was equipment and like 3 guys there that we weren't going to be able to hand pick that trash out of that trailer. So once we get a dumpster to the fire station, she should be able to get that trash hauled over there and get rid of it. So that's the biggest issue that I'm seeing over there now, besides the car on the easement still, which I made them aware of yesterday, or Tuesday. So.
Okay. Thank you.
And
So it looks 100% better.
the Keep Otero County Beautiful Board is going to meet, have their first meeting on the 22nd. So at that meeting, we can discuss ideas and ways that they can be involved and that they can help support code enforcement in this mission to clean up the county.
Those board meetings you have on that, is that open to the public or is that a private?
I'm pretty sure they're open to the public.
What time is it? Has it been scheduled yet?
It's been scheduled for the 22nd at
1.
1 o'clock. Room 101. I kind of.
You're here.
This one would be for them to schedule the meeting dates, third Friday.
Yeah.
Will we get a notice like we do on all the other meetings when
Well,
that's
no,
done?
it's not advertised like those meetings are, but we can certainly, Sylvia can keep you posted on when those occur. We have to know if more than one of you attends because we'll have to advertise a quorum.
Yeah.
And yesterday at Capital Outlay, we upped your command vehicle request from $345,500 to $400,000.
thank you.
You're welcome. That was Senator-elect Townsend's idea. He said between the Capital Outlay meetings that had in Chavez and Eddy County, that's kind of what they were going for. So we upped that a little bit. So maybe that'll help.
Every little penny helps.
I know. Anything
I don't have
else?
anything. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Thanks,
Jacob.
Matt.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jacob.
So we're skipping the hunting, the mighty hunter.
I just went, Tom did go up to Bent to clean out that culvert in front of the pink house that has been plugged forever. And the neighbor across from that started throwing a fit because the culvert goes into that and there's a drainage area that goes on the easement. But I guess the overflow also goes to their property, which they have built to accept, but they want to accept the clean water, not the culvert water. So they stopped Tom's ability to clean out that culvert and I guess use some
Right
threatening
on the
words.
Lawless Road?
That's bent on, right there, the same road the post office is on, so kind of at the very bottom, there's a pink house on the north side, but it's the property owner on the south side that said, no, don't do that, and it turned confrontational, so they vacated that and just moved to go do other culverts. That culvert, when we had the bad rains over the summer, it almost flooded that house. So I don't know how. I know that it'll eventually get addressed when we do all the construction and everything right now, but if we have another heavy rain, it puts that house at risk.
Yeah, Tom hasn't told me about that, but we have a lot of broad authority and power when it comes to the flooding. So I'll get the specifics from him and then we'll address it.
I need to talk to you about somebody too. We can talk after the meeting that I got a call from yesterday that their neighbor has redirected floodwater onto this person's property. And now it's causing a lot of problems at his house. So it's another issue.
And that
That's
also,
like the county directing the water on, off of Riata Road.
that's what I was just fixing to ask too. That was something else. I had somebody off of Pecos call me. Since Riata Road has been redone, now we have more water flow intentionally down Pecos, other than now the private driveways don't accommodate that water, and all that water is going onto private properties. So when we do big road projects like that, do we look at the effects of where that water is going to go?
I would think that'd be part of the engineering plan.
It's part of the study for that road. I don't know how far past that they go.
This is
They're
probably-
supposed to take it into consideration.
Right.
Maybe 3/4 of a mile to a mile away is where this is affecting. And then our response is, well, it's a private drive, you have to put in your own culvert. Well,
And you live in a basin, which means that's where all the water goes.
right. So I don't know, and I did tell that person there, and literally the property is being affected, needs a culvert on the other person's driveway in order to divert the water. So how do you make that person put a culvert in to protect somebody else's property? So, and I don't know.
A lot of this is civil matters for them to take the initiative, and if their neighbor has done something that is harming or damaging their property.
Has done something or has not done something. This would be has not done. And they're gonna point fingers at us. So, and I told them, it sounds like it's civil, and please work with your neighbor and see if you can't pitch in towards a culvert or something, but I don't know where that's gonna go.
Yeah, it's like the Spider-Man meme, where there's multiple Spider-Men and they're all pointing fingers at each other. That's kind of where we're at.
Okay, Trent?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Trent Parker, Project Manager. This month, the new road shop building, we completed the framing and mezzanine floor in there. Eric with Facilities Superintendent is in there getting his electrical ran and all that so that we can proceed with insulation and drywall. So we're moving along pretty good on that one. We're hoping to have him into his offices.
Because there's a project going on.
Right, yeah, talk between. We're hoping to have him in there close to the first of the year, so that's good progress. High Rolls Fire Department expansion, this month the building was completed and we've got the final on it, the electrical's all in. We're working on getting the heaters ordered for the base, and then the department wanted to add a mezzanine floor in there, so we have that under contract and that'll be starting to be installed next week. 16 Springs water storage tank, the tank and pump plumbing is about 90% complete. And the chief is this week has gotten the tank, the 208,000 gallon tank finally full of water. It took a little bit to put that much water in. But with that, we were able to go in and have the contractor install the anchors for the tank. And the pump house buildings are under contract, and the materials should be dropping today or tomorrow, and they'll be out there next week to start building the pump houses. James Canyon Fire Department, it's about the same. The plumbing's about 90% complete, and the pump houses are under contract, and they'll be kind of installed all at the same time. And then we also contracted the electrical as a Cloud Country West site, which is part of the James Canyon Department. Didn't have any power there, so we're having to put in a new power service, which was part of the grant, and that'll be operational for the well and for the pump houses. Chin's 4 roof replacement, we're kind of at a halt on that. We had to do some reauthorizations and amend some law language to include some stucco ephes waterproofing that has to be redone, has to be done as per CID current codes, and that wasn't in the original language, so we're having that amended. As Matt spoke about, the demo projects, those 3 locations are starting to come down today, so that'll be a good one to have completed and cleaned up. The shooting range, we did an electrical upgrade, that was completed. And then the EOC building, we're doing the electrical upgrades there to get the generator and stuff all up. They had an outage yesterday, which put them pretty much out of power most of the day. But good progress there. The detention center, we're working on some wireless access points throughout the building so that they have good internet through the building for their mobile scanners and stuff like that. The equipment has been ordered, and we're working on the pathway study, and then that'll connect air fiber for redundancy to the detention center from the EOC and the rest of the county buildings. And that's about all I have.
Thank you for going with me yesterday. You did great.
You're welcome.
You went to Capital Outlay with me, so it was a big help on that chaparral, emergency services building and stuff, so.
Yeah. I usually don't get nervous in front of a crowd, but when you have legislators staring at you, it's a little bit different
You
ballgame.
did great. You did great.
Trent, some of these mountain communities, when we do these tanks deals like what we got going on, the 200,000 gallons taking so long to fill, I know some of those mountain communities their water is a trickle anyway. To pull that much out of their water fed or tables up there. What would be the option if we have some tankers come and fill them initially, and then they can keep because they're on a well too, right?
They did do some water hauling. The first 14,000 gallons that went in there was from one of the other tanks that's there on location still, and so that was initially pumped in there. They did haul some water, but then that's why we only pumped for so many hours a day. That's why it took a while to fill it. We didn't pump constant. That's not good on our well or, like you said, the water table. So.
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of those people up there, it's literally just a trickle into a storage tank, so.
Yeah. No, we were trying to be mindful of that and just pump for a few hours a day, and so it did take a little while to do.
Do we have any more of these projects like that in the mountains coming up?
No, not in the mountains. We did put in for grants for some additional water storage tanks down here in different districts, but not for up in the mountains.
Is there any way that we could have that put in, or where we can have water hauled into them instead of taken away from the local water tables?
That, I don't know.
I don't believe we can put that in the grant that they would pay for the water. It's just infrastructure. The fire department could pay for that, or you could pay for that out of your general fund.
I mean, it's not an expensive thing, but I sure hate to, I mean, especially in the mountains up there, I know how that is.
Could we get some of those big black storage tanks that just catch rainwater? My brother uses one of those in Capitan, and that's all the water they have. They don't even have a well.
Right. That's worth exploring that for sure.
That way it wouldn't come out of the water table.
I know the Forest Service have done it for years. They call them trick tanks. They collect just rainwater.
Yep. We might look into getting some of those for the mountain communities up there.
Any questions?
Nope.
That's it.
All right, thank you.
Trent.
Thanks, Trent.
Pamela, before I forget I was going to tell Tom when he was here. I had a lot of complaints Tuesday night about potholes in Chaparral.
Okay.
Judy, the code enforcement person, was trying to make a list of the streets. So I'll try to call Matt and ask him if he can get a list of that, and we can pass that on or send it to you or whatever.
I can go ahead and get it to Chris. We don't have to wait for Tom to get home. I'll just let Chris know, his
Okay.
foreman.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nina Sisler, Correctional Service Director. My report for October 2024, our average daily population for October was 172. Today's total population is 163. In-house, we have 139. We have 115 males, 24 females. We do have 6 at Otero Prison, 8 on furlough for treatment for addiction, and we have 3 out-of-county courts that are here for court, 1 Lincoln County. We do have 6 juveniles, 5 at Donna Ana and 1 at Lee County. As far as in-facility courts, we had 33 for municipal, 113 for magistrate. District court, we had 119. Out-of-county courts, we had 11, and we do them on the computers. In-person court, we had 9 at district, 13 in magistrate. Full-time vacancies, we have 14. We did have 1 part-time go full-time, so I have 1 part-time position available. My maintenance specialist that's been there for 17 years retired, unfortunately, but I do have 1 still available. So we did put that position out. As far as training in the month of October, we did 2 suicide prevention training classes. I had 2 supervisors complete CIT training at the Civic Center. And as far as transports out of the facility, we did do 6 males to the Central New Mexico Correctional Facility in Los Lunas. 2 females to the Women's Western Correctional Facility in Grants, and we did do a transport to Mesilla Valley. As far as other things that are occurring, the kitchen manager for our contract food service and I have been trying to implement like a training program for individuals when they get released out of jail. And so what she and I and her company that she works for is doing is like a training program for commercial equipment in the kitchen food service. And so they get certificates when they complete each training module for certain heavy equipment that's in the commercial kitchen. And then she is trying to get them to get what's called a pre-safe serve certification. It's a pre before the actual safe serve, so that when they get released from incarceration, they're able to work in the food service industry easily because they already have their safe serve. So we did implement this in November. We did have one inmate already complete the pre-safe serve certification and passed it with flying colors. So far so good, and she's continuing. The electrical was installed for the body scanner. It will be delivered on the 19th of this month. Installation and training will follow after.
You need a guinea pig, I'll come do this.
Yeah, they sent me the booklet on it. It's pretty fancy.
Yeah.
So it looks like the one at Los Lunas Prison. So it's pretty, the computer comes with it, and of course the training that goes with it as well. We are having a contest for the inmates, a drawing contest for Thanksgiving is going to be the theme. The staff will vote on them, and we do display the artwork in the lobby. In December, we're going to do an ornament one, and same thing, we'll do a first, second, and third prize winner. It keeps them busy, and they have a lot of creativity in there. It's amazing what they come up with. We did participate in some events we're trying to participate more in. We did participate in the night out in October at Washington Park. We did participate in Career Day at the Mescalero High School as well, and the trick or trunk or trunk or treat at the Elks at the Elks Lodge as well. We also, I do want to recognize Pablo Jimenez. I don't know. If
He's here.
Is he in here?
Back there.
If he would come up here. I did
Come on
a
up.
certificate of appreciation for him.
Aw.
He assisted me in applying for a grant that's called Building Bridges, which is a medical assistant treatment program for inmates that are incarcerated in detention facilities. Well, we were awarded that grant,
Good.
and we were one of 5 counties in New Mexico. Socorro, Rio Arriba, San Juan, of course, Otero, and Hidalgo are participating. So I would like to, well, if I can open it. November 7th, they said it was the best grant that they have, well-written. They complimented it. I said, I just told him about the jail, and he went with my information.
Good.
And so I appreciate your assistance, and I thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to support our community and to strengthening. And above all, I also want to thank everybody that supports me along the way. Everybody.
And I
We're happy
appreciate
to
your
have
help. And so I think you deserve that because they said it was stellar. So I used that in his certificate. And I want him to know that I appreciate it very much.
Good.
Okay? And we are going to, our group, the representatives of the grant, which is Judge Ochoa, myself, Peter Sanders, Department of Health, my health service administrator, my lieutenant, and myself will be going to Washington, D.C. in January. And of course, the other counties, it's a mandatory meeting for us to build our bridges. So I'm excited.
Good.
Any
All right.
questions?
That's great.
Yeah, it is good. That's good news.
I'm good.
All right,
Thank
thank you, Nina.
Thank you, Nick.
And Ron Mays from the Forest Service sent us an email that he had an accident, so he's recovering from that. So, with ATV.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's in Albuquerque. So he sent us an email kind of just with a little update. There is going to be a prescribed burn today in the 16 Springs area. The South Sacramento Restoration Project is moving forward with estimated signature date of February 2025. Therefore, there'll be more timber sales that will take place in the project area in 2025 and for several years thereafter. So that's a good news to help clean that up. So that was for Ron, and we wish him a fast recovery. And Jason Freeman couldn't be here because of the prescribed burn. He's up there manning that, I guess. So that's the update from the Forest Service. All right. Do you guys need to take a break before we move on to consent agenda real quick?
Sure.
Okay, we're going to just take a real quick break.
How you doing? You doing all right?
First back on?
Oh, wait, yep, we gotta wait for her. We're ready to continue. We're gonna go on to the consent agenda. Number 3, request approval of accounts payable bills list BL 14, 15, 16, and 17, 17A, and 17B. Number 4, request approval of October 10th, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Number 5, request approval of October 29th, 2024 special meeting minutes. Number 6, request approval of healthcare assistance claims and disposition claims for November 2024. Number 7, request approval of an agreement between the Healthcare Services Department and Real-Time Solutions to create a cloud-based disposition database in an amount not to exceed $10,977.75. Number 8, request approval of resolution number 11-14-24/113-20, budget adjustments, November 2024. Number 9, request approval of resolution number 11-14-24/113-22, an agreement between Otero County and New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration in the amount of $525,000 for corrections officer recruitment. Number 10, request approval of an agreement between Otero County and the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management for the FY 2024 Operation Stone Garden. Number 11, request approval of a lease with the City of Alamogordo for the property located at 17 Alamo Canyon Road, Alamogordo, New Mexico, 88310, the site of the county fire station for the Oro Vista Fire Department Station Number 2.
I just have one question.
Okay.
On CA7, the 11,000 for Amber comes out of her budget, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. We get a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then our scheduled communications are not, they got 6, so they won't be here. It's number 12.
Okay.
So we will go on to, did we have anybody signed up? No? Okay. All right, so we'll move on to new business. Number 15, request approval of resolution number 11-14-24/113-21, FY 25 sick leave buyback. Do you have any questions on that, or Ms. Julian's pretty cut and dry?
Sure, this is something that we've been doing the last few years. It had been done previously, and then it was stopped for a while. We brought it back. Last year, 2024, we had 11 participants, and it cost about $12,800. This year, there are 10 that are currently eligible. You have to have at least 480 hours of sick leave accrued, and then you can purchase up to 80 hours over that at 50 cents on the dollar. And it's an incentive for our employees. We do it in November, and then we pay out the checks to those eligible in December, so they have a little extra cash for Christmas.
So it's basically for sick time that they didn't use.
Yeah,
correct?
exactly.
Yeah, okay. I have no problem with that. Anybody?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, I make a motion for the approval of resolution number 11-14-24/113-21, FY 25 sick leave buyback.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Number 16, request approval of resolution number 11-14-24/111-23, a resolution appointing road viewers to assess an unnamed alley in the T.F. Smith Acre subdivision.
So this came before the commission previously. I think you were here, Gerald, when it did. It was tabled to look at utilities or something. I couldn't really figure out exactly what the reason for tabling it was, but it looks like it was never picked back up. And so the owners are utilizing Otero to do some surveying work for them, and they've brought this issue back up. So.
If I remember correctly, I thought they wanted that easement for, was it future utilities, or was it for, I wish Matt was here still, because it could have been for emergency utility access
I
too.
don't recall, but we can pull the minutes to see exactly why it was tabled.
Okay,
And I looked at them, they just said to look at the utility
Utilities.
issues.
Interesting.
But, yeah, so it was 2019, so.
Yeah, well, it must not be
ago.
very important, so.
Yeah, so, today we'll just appoint the viewers, and when they go look, we can gather more information and come back with a recommendation on whether to vacate it or keep it.
Okay.
So do you appoint like staff?
The statute just requires that it be property owners in the county. And the standard practice has been to appoint members of the planning commission.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Okay.
So it'll be
Hans and,
Mike McKechnie and Matt Pratt.
yeah,
Mark.
Okay.
Mark, yeah.
I would agree with that.
Okay. All right, I make a motion for the approval of resolution number 11-14-24/111-23, a resolution appointing road viewers to assess an unnamed alley in the T.F. Smith Acre subdivision.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, number 17, request approval of resolution number 11-14-24/113-24, opposing compliance with the amended 2021 International Energy Conservation Code adopted as the New Mexico Residential and Commercial Energy Conservation Codes by the New Mexico Construction Industries. And I brought this up because we already have enough trouble with getting new businesses and apartment complexes and stuff to come to Otero County, and this is just another federal overreach. I mean, this is kind of in a nutshell what it is. It says the amended 2021 International Energy Conservation Code now mandates through the New Mexico Commercial Energy Conservation Code that newly constructed or remodeled commercial facilities, including apartment complex, retail centers, and public buildings, be equipped with at least 5% electric vehicle parking spaces, which must include charging stations or differing levels of pre-installed infrastructure for future expansion. This bureaucratic mandate places increased financial burden on New Mexico residents and is an anti-economic development. And this applies on new buildings, for residential also, remodeled residential buildings in New Mexico. And I just think it's an extreme overreach to have the builders or people trying to remodel their homes have to put in an electric charging station that they don't need. That's ridiculous. And to mandate it is just overreach in the extreme, and I'm not liking it. And I'm going to let them know we don't like it. It's just that I'm so tired of it. I mean, my gosh. It's like, where does it end? So that's why I brought this to your attention. So that's why I did this.
I make a motion, we approve it.
Thank you. I second it. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
There's probably gonna be another one. The
Oh,
one we said.
that NIETC thing, that's coming next. I'm gonna be bringing that to you too. I will be happy to do that. Okay, number 18, request approval of resolution number 11-14-24/111-24 to vacate Hughes Drive West in the Alamo Heights subdivision.
So the viewers came back on this one and gave thumbs up to vacating it, that it's not necessary for, it's kind of like a dead end that sits between these two lots, so can allow the owners of the two lots to purchase it and put it to productive use, and hopefully they don't make something that diverts floodwater.
That'll be the next thing.
I thought we already did this. When I do this again, it's gotta be wrong or something different or whatever, but we must have just voted to.
To appoint the viewers.
Oh, okay.
Go to the viewers like we're doing for this other one, yeah. Hey, any more questions?
No.
We're hurrying because we're hungry. Okay, I make a motion to request approval of resolution number 11-14-24/111-24 to vacate Hughes Drive West in the Alamo Heights subdivision.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, number 19, request approval for the Otero County Commission to nominate Louis Derrick to the Bureau of Land Management Resource Advisory Board Council. And I am 100% in favor of this. He's a good guy. I've worked with him a lot.
I actually already sent my form in to be considered, so.
Oh, are you wanting to do it? Well, I didn't know you were wanting to do it too. Can you both do it? Because Louis?
It's one, you know what, I applied for the elected official position.
Okay.
So he might be.
Because he's not elected anymore. He used to be a county commissioner, but now he helps us with the New Mexico Arizona Coalition of Counties, so he wouldn't be elected.
Yep.
So we can do both?
Yep.
Okay.
I didn't ask for a letter from the commission, I got it from other sources.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know you were interested in that. Okay. Any questions?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, I make a motion for the approval for the Otero County Commission to nominate Louis Derrick to the Bureau of Land Management Resource Advisory Board Council.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, number 20, this is going to be interesting. Discuss and consider a 4-day work week with administrative offices in Otero County.
There goes lunch.
I know.
We've got a few of those that are going to drag out.
Are you just talking about?
So what I did was I checked other counties and I supplied that spreadsheet of what some counties are doing. Some elected offices are 5/10, some are 4/10s. Various offices, I think it was about 7 counties that do 4-day work week. It is mainly administrative offices, law enforcement, obviously can't,
Right.
public safety. Animal shelter, they could do 4/10s and have alternating schedules so they get the 3-day weekend, but still be open more than 4 days.
Okay, so this isn't applying to the sheriff's office?
This would be looking at this building and the elected offices if they so choose. They haven't decided. They need to have some sort of consensus.
Well, I reached out to some of the county commissioners that have done this, and I got kind of mixed reviews on it. In Eddy County, they went to 4-day and they hated it, so they went back to 5-day because they said it didn't work for them. And they said one of the reasons was their title companies were really having problem with the treasurer, or the clerk's office being closed on Fridays. And so I reached out to one of our local title companies, and he told me, he said, that's like 20% of our business.
Well, and I reached out to one county that said that problem was eliminated when the clerks allowed digital recording online. So some are handling it that way.
Okay.
But that again, the elected officials over there have to decide because they all need to be in consensus if they're going to do it.
Right.
I did ask a poll in this building. Everyone except one person was for it. Improve morale, having a longer weekend, less commute.
And I know some counties do, some people have the Friday off, and some people have the Monday off.
We
so that
can't,
you're not just always.
we can't do that in this building. For instance, the HR just has 2 people. You'd only have one HR person
Right.
on Mondays and Fridays. My office, you couldn't do that. Payroll, of course. So it's a little more difficult when you have less staff in a department. But it is totally, this was brought to me by Commissioner Barella, and I told her I would look into it.
Okay.
And I brought it because you come in on a Friday and you can't get anything done because nobody's here.
Mhm.
So I'm like, okay, let's schedule our appointments on Fridays where we don't have to be open. But then I started asking all the other departments and everything. So some of the adverse effects are childcare for some. And that was kind of the biggest one, childcare. And then some, like the 5 days, the employees. So I was wondering if we couldn't go by departments, like building and grounds. Do we need building and grounds 5 days a week?
Yes, because all of our buildings are operational. And I discussed that with Eric, and what they would do is half their crew would work Monday through Thursday, half Tuesday through Friday.
Okay, yeah, and that's, as long as we can make those.
IT would have to be here 5 days a week as well.
Okay.
But again, they'd have alternating schedules.
And so like HR, most things could get handled with that Monday through Thursday.
And we'd be open earlier at 7 a.m., close at 6. So not only could the employees, after they get off at 5, come to HR, the public, after they get off work at 5 or before 8 a.m., could come in and get the services provided.
Yeah. And if the assessor's office, they chose to opt out, then the clerk's office opted in, would that cause any problems?
That's a discussion the elected officials have to have. They're handled a little bit differently.
So this is my 2 cents, and y'all are not gonna like it. The county is a service provider. And you can't provide a service on Friday, especially that building over there. They can't go. Now, maybe they don't do, I talked to people in here, I could see maybe this building, but they say they do about a half a day's work and then the rest of it's, there's not much traffic. But you've got to remember, it's the same as taking care of our roads and anything else. We're a service provider.
We are. We're public
If
servants.
you're not here, you can't provide a service. So.
And that's what Catron County told me. They said that their roads and maintenance were 4 days a week. But their commissioners, the assessors, the treasurers, and the clerk's office were all open 5 days a week due to it being a public building that requires public access. So that's why they did that. And they're working on enacting a policy to allow single employees to take a 4-day week once a month, just kind of as a little incentive, not to do it all the time, but, give them something to look forward to. So that's kind of an option too. And then Roosevelt County, only their road department, which is weird to me that the road department would be 4 day, because like right now, it's pitch dark. I mean, by 5 and after, they'd be adding on 2 hours of working in the dark.
Our road department does 410s. They don't work on Fridays.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
well then it's already working for them. Yeah, in Roosevelt County, their road department does 4 days also, and nobody else. So I mean, that kind of got a mixed bag. But Eddie was super against it. I talked to them for a while yesterday at Capital Outlay, and they were like, no, don't do it. Okay. So what do you think? What do we want to do? It's not just us, I mean, we gotta, all the departments have to figure their stuff out.
If we're here 5 days a week, we need to figure out how we can be here 5 days a week, and I'm okay with that. If it helps by going to 4 days a week to get everything done, then that's fine. Then everybody knows you can't come in on Friday, including us, and that's it. But if we're open, we need to be able to provide. So that's kind of where I'm at.
You take the people who work at the base, they're on a rotation every other Friday off. That's when they do their business in town. If they're closed here, they can't do their business. I personally am dead against this, but that's just one. So.
And it really doesn't matter which way we go. I just want the services provided. That's it. So whether this leads into scheduling days off better, I'm okay with that, or whatever. And I really want the feedback to come from our departments and our employees, and you hear it from both ways. I don't think I've heard it from enough employees what their thoughts are.
Right. Well, we could leave it open for more discussion. I know that in ways that help. I've worked 410s before, and you think it sounds great, but I'm telling you, after a while, it wears on you. Those are long days. You know, especially if you kind of have a halfway stressful job, it's like, get me out of here. But the good thing is then you can schedule your appointments on Friday, so you don't have to take as much time off. Downside of that is so many businesses are closed on Friday now, or half a day on Friday. A lot of the doctors, they're not even in there on Fridays anymore. So we kind of have that issue kind of, you know, doesn't really offset the time off part of it, because a lot of businesses are already either off on Friday or closed half day on Friday. So I'm not sure it would help us that much in that area. So do we just want to, I mean, we discussed
Vote
it.
on it.
We did. You want to vote on it?
It's a deal to consider, yes or no?
I'd like to hear more from like the department heads and stuff.
Well,
It
and I
sounds
did
like-
provide a spreadsheet where the department heads did vote on which way they wanted to go, and I was
Oh, I
told by.
didn't see that.
Yes, it's attached. And the department heads polled their employees.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was gonna say, have we pulled
In this building, I know every employee was asked by the department heads, and again, only one department head in the building with one other employee said iffy. Only if it could be a 32-hour work week.
Yeah.
But Steve, you have three of the main crucial ones, the treasurer, the clerk, and the assessor. You didn't get any response from
Yes, I
them?
did. Selena had passed on the message to Sylvia, that they already, was it to you?
That they're already doing.
They already do
They
410s.
do the alternating.
James Bowman said he was thinking about it, and then, who else was it? Laura said they would go with the majority.
Should we ask the new incoming treasurer?
I didn't reach out to him.
If they had a rotating deal where it would be covered, I wouldn't have a problem with
And
it.
that building can do that, our building can't. That building, for majority, already does that. Some have Mondays off, some have Fridays off. Yeah, a lot of them already work 410s.
And once we do this, how hard would it be to go back?
I don't know, Eddie County did, because they didn't like it, and they said it didn't save them a penny.
You just have to give the employees enough notice that in 2 weeks, we're gonna go back to that schedule so they can adjust accordingly.
And grumble.
And we don't need a vote by the board to go back. It could be if it's not working, I could just put a directive out, we're going back. But it is totally up to the board.
So do we need to vote on this? I mean, it sounds like a lot of departments are already doing it.
Well, this is a 4-day work week. They're doing 410s but have a 5-day work week. They're open 5 days.
Okay.
This is looking at
Literally
open 4
closing
days.
this building
Yeah.
on Friday.
So we couldn't do that here, the staggered, open 5 days?
Take
and-
human resources, for instance. You would only have one HR person on a Monday and one on a Friday. That's not enough when you're in processing someone and the phones are ringing. You know, the receptionist would never get a day off. She would be the only one still here 5 days a week for sure, because we would be open 5 days a week. So it's, Amber, for instance, she only has 2 people. So one of them's here on a Monday and one of them's here on a Friday. You're really limiting your services then.
I'm the only full-time person in my department. My staff person's only part-time, so, I mean, even then, my staff person wouldn't be able to be here for a full day on a Friday anyway. And as a matter of fact, if I take a Friday off, no one's in my office anyway. So, but if you don't mind, I can say like I can see the benefits of working the 410s, especially for, to get a lot of work done. Because when you are working and you don't have to worry about certain phone calls and stuff like that coming in, you can really focus on getting some of your administrative responsibilities done. and I can see that as a real positive for some departments, especially like finance, who's here every single weekend. But, you know, I think for the most part, I was the one person, or the one department that was unsure about it. And for me, I don't know if it's gonna work in terms of my job and the services I can provide, and to be available for, you know, my community colleagues. So, but that to me is just, I just need to see if it's gonna work. I'm open to working with it if that's the direction the commission wants to go. But I would like that opportunity to see if it's workable and if I do see a positive change. Because if I see a positive change in the operation of my department and I can get all my stuff done and I'm able to focus better, that to me is positive. My issue really is are we gonna close at 5? Are we gonna close at 6? Because even if we're condensing it to a 4-day work week, but we extend to 6 o'clock, that's still immensely helpful for people who work a normal 9 to 5. But I'm not entirely sure how this is all gonna get fleshed out. But I will say, to out myself, when we did get the email, I was very excited to hear we were going to a 4-day, because I thought it was like 32 hours. This is not gonna happen. There's no way. I had to check myself, like, what can you do with it? But yeah, so I guess para doesn't allow us to go to 32 anyway, even if I wanted it. But yeah, like, yeah, I think for, you know, as the one department that voted as unsure, I just really want the opportunity to see if it's workable, and if it's not workable, you know, what can we do, which, you know, would be going back to the aides, but yeah.
My concern with it too is if you come in at 7, other companies that maybe you have to call, they're not gonna be open at 7. And if you say till 6, they're gonna be closing at 5. So you're gonna have 2 hours that is better for the public to come in here, which is a bonus. But then if you're trying to call a bank or, you know, it depends on what department you're in. Because I worked weird hours at my old job, and I loved it going in early because I got a lot done. But when I needed to pick up the phone and call somebody, they weren't there yet. So it kind of has its goods and its bads.
I think that's a good thing though, actually, because it gives you that hour in the morning and that hour in the afternoon where you're not gonna have the distractions of the phone, you're not probably gonna have as many emails coming in. I could get a lot more done and I wouldn't have to come in on the weekends all the time. And if I did come in on a Friday or Saturday, I still have the other 2 days, so I still actually have a weekend.
Right.
And that's just my department, but as far as finance, accounts payable and payroll, especially since we'd be working, you know, longer days, there's no problem with us getting everything done that we need to get done in 4 days rather than 5.
You have to remember, the public pays taxes for a service providing. So what are you gonna do? They don't have to pay taxes on Fridays?
That's the treasurer's office. I mean, we don't deal so much
That's the
with
county, Otero County.
and you don't deal so much with the public.
And you can pay taxes online.
John.
I want to piggyback off of Julianne. With that extra couple hours, like my department, we can't do it because, and I'm sure with the sheriff's office, actually creates more, we have to have more staffing to go to like full 10 hours, but on my administrative side, my records department that handles all my warrants, they're actually staying after 5 o'clock because the court's closed. Now we're not receiving all these warrants all the time. They can actually get caught up, so we're actually getting these in faster. Same thing with my deputy director, my ops manager. I actually put them on 10s, but one has off on a Friday, one has off on a Monday. But they're able to come in earlier or work late hours to actually get the other duties done that we're not having to handle like other things throughout the day, or they're able to separate themselves from the floor to actually get their job assignments done. So I will say in that aspect of the 10s, it does help a lot because we can work on those little functions that we don't have, other, what we call customers calling us on, selling us products and this stuff. I know that my phones are forwarded this way and I can work on my other stuff too. So.
Yeah, well, my main concern was the clerk's office and the treasurer's office, and probably the assessors, but so you're saying they're covered, they're not gonna be closed?
They haven't come to a consensus on a 4-day work week. Like I said, a lot of those employees already work 4 10s alternating schedules.
Okay.
They haven't indicated to me, yeah, they want to go to a 4-day work week.
And that's kind of up to them? Because they're
Pretty
elected
much.
officials, so you
Yeah.
really can't tell them what to do.
Yeah.
And so here, in this building, we have people that come in for subdivision stuff, and we have people for general information, and which normally we send them to the office they need to go. What else does the public utilize this building for?
Complaints, marriage licenses, and we send them over there. Court records, we send them across. A lot of it's redirecting. We're the information kiosk. Where can I rent a jumping house? Can I bury my horse in the backyard? I mean, it's all over the place. So a lot of those calls, the thing is now, the receptionist doesn't have to take as many calls because we have an automated system. It's press this number for this. You want treasurers, press this number. So we already have less calls coming into this building because of that with the automated system. A lot of calls get skipped by the receptionist and now come straight to me, just because we have that recorded system that lets them figure out where they're going easier.
And what would we do during election season? If we're closed, if the building is closed on a Friday?
Just the way they do it the Saturday before voting.
Okay.
Yeah, they have that portion open. They have access to the building.
And you gotta look at people like Trent, construction sites on the job, they work on Saturdays. Some companies don't, but a lot of them do. So he's gonna have to be, if they have meetings or whatever, so I'm just bringing out the negatives on it, but I can see where people would enjoy a 3-day weekend, but I can see where they get major burnout on 10 days an hour.
And that is something too, that we would have to really watch it for a couple of months to see if it really is productive for the employees. You know, because 7 to 6 with an hour lunch, of course, I mean, it's a long day.
It is a long day. Well, I'm wondering if we tried it on a trial basis, and maybe.
Well, and if we were gonna do this, if I were to suggest, I would say start in January, after the new year, first pay. We give the public plenty of notice that we're gonna be trying this out, switching to it, and it gives the employees time to figure things out and adjust accordingly.
Maybe go the first quarter, like make through March, and then reassess, and if we're getting too many complaints, or the employees are getting burned out with those 10-hour days, because those are long days. They sound great, but I'm telling you, it's a long day.
Try it for a quarter if it doesn't work. If not, it's, again, Commissioner Barella came to me with this, and it's something staff has talked about and asked me about for years. And I thought, well, okay, this is the time. We'll see if there's really interest there.
I know a lot of companies have gone to it, and it works for some, you know, but they are long days. I mean, I've done it many times.
And maybe
It gets old.
February or something, maybe we can do an employee survey? Do you like it or
See what
not?
everybody's like.
You know, and it's probably gonna change when the time changes again, and people get restless and wanna go outside,
Yeah.
then what's gonna happen?
Even through the middle of it, I could put out a Survey Monkey and see how it's working.
Okay.
I would be for that, to make it effective the first of the year, go through the first quarter, and then reassess and see if we want to make it
I would say the first
permanent.
full pay period in January would make it easier for payroll.
Well, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start
Yeah.
the first pay period in January, yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Which is like the 4th or 5th, something like that.
okay, all right. Does that sound good? I mean, just to give it a try before we make it permanent, and then we can see. But I hope that they keep the clerk's office and stuff, because that was my main pushback that I got from the realtors and the title company, was that. But we can't really control that anyway. Okay.
Can't tell an elected official what to do.
Nope. You can't? People do it to me all the time.
Yeah, they tell me what to do, but you can't tell them.
I know. Can't tell each other what to do. Okay. I make a motion to consider a 4-day work week, starting the first pay period in January, going through the end of the first quarter in March, so the end of March, and then we'll reassess. Okay? With the administrative offices in Otero County.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, number 21, request approval by Michael Shine to purchase the property located at 209 East 10th Street.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Michael Shine.
I'm coming to ask you if the commission would be interested in purchasing the lots that I own at 209 10th Street next to the Historical Society. I have submitted to you a little bit of information on that property, and I have a couple other prospects that I want to pursue, but you all know I love history, and I love the Historical Society, and I don't want to pull the rug out from under them. And so I'm here to say, if the commission would like to purchase that, of course, subject to an appraisal, I would sure appreciate your say-so, and at the same time, if you're not interested, that's totally okay too, and then I'll pursue some other things. I just don't want to throw a curve to the only way the Historical Society is going to be able to expand in the future is with these lots. And you have information on their dimensions. I think there's, by deed, 90 front feet and 138 feet of depth. And there's alleys going 3 directions in the back, so it's really easy to access and exit. So it could be used for parking in the interim until they need it.
Michael, they got an estimate on what it would cost to have that turned into a parking lot, and it's around $240,000. Yeah. So.
Why don't you just leave it as concrete, like it is?
Well,
because the county's been parking on it for years.
and they have, but if we're gonna, kind of I understand you've got pictures here. I would hate for it to be a really county public parking lot in case somebody was trip and fall in that. Then it would be a liable lawsuit in my eyes. And if it is a hindrance if it's any of the county vehicles parking in there, we can request them not to. If that's a wish from you.
Well, I don't want to get into a situation where the county ends up having a legal claim on my property because I didn't stop them from doing it.
Yeah.
And they've been doing it for, I'm not going to discuss how long, since the attorney's here, since your attorney's here.
And at one time, there was an oil pit on this property, is that correct?
Oil pit.
Yeah, I think there used to be a service station there or a body shop or something, and
It was a Chevrolet dealer. So there was a garage back there,
Okay.
yes.
Has that been dealt with, like?
When you say, what do you mean? I'm not aware of an oil pit.
Okay,
What is an oil pit?
where they drain, when they take the oil out of your car, and they have literally like a hole in the ground that they put the oil in?
I'm not aware of one existing there, but there could easily have been one at one time. But remember, it's not a pit that goes down into the ground, it's just a box, and then they pump the oil out each time, once it's full.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, well, if they didn't, then they couldn't use it again.
Right.
It'd be full.
I just didn't want to get into something if at some point we have to go in there and dig out a bunch of dirt and clean that up. I didn't know anything about that.
I know it was the Chevy dealer for decades.
Okay. And I think they might have had a septic tank back there for restrooms, or?
I doubt if there was a septic tank, because
Okay.
there's been city sewer there since there was city sewer in Alamogordo. And I don't want you to feel, I'm not trying at all to put you under any pressure on this. I just want you to make the right decision so that I can move forward on it. Whatever is appropriate for the county.
I called Representative Locke on this, and, he can give us some of his junior money to purchase this. And so that would lead us into negotiations if we could go that direction. If we could, since you love history and we know that the museum can use it someday, if we could get it for like 80,000 contingent of the junior money, then I would be for that.
I can spend 30 minutes telling you how many times I've been slapped in the face for making donations in this town. Now, it's not been to the county, it's been to the city, over and over and over. I'm tired of making donations. because I don't like getting slapped in the face when I make donations.
Well, I think she was talking about if the county paid like 80,000 and then the junior money was the rest of it. It wasn't asking for a
Oh,
donation.
I didn't understand that
Yeah,
at all.
Yeah, yeah, I think that, isn't that what
But,
you
yeah,
meant?
but the contingent that until we receive the junior money.
Right, to see if we're gonna get it.
Well, I don't have any problem with a partial delay in part of it. In fact, I proposed to the county in the past, let me just, let's get it appraised and I take credit against my future property taxes. You don't pay me anything. But that didn't work legally. So.
Have you had that appraised?
No, and I know that we would have to have it appraised as part of this, of this arrangement. You know,
That would be the first step. We do have to have that, whether it's being donated or purchased, so, you know, it sounds like there's some interest in some creative ideas for how to pay for it, so today you can just decide, or
You would probably, I would suggest tabling it until we get an appraisal. And then typically negotiation of real property take place in executive session. And we could continue after the appraisal. It would be
so I
my
was just gonna say,
suggestion.
let's get an appraisal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so then we know what we're talking about, and then we can actually have some negotiations
Yeah,
and discussion.
Right, we don't really can't really come up with a price without an appraisal, but.
Joe, did you wanna say something? You had your hand up.
Right, if I can speak.
Yes.
Hi. Oh, hi.
Who's Joe?
Yeah, Joe the garbage guy. My name's Joe Lewandowski, the Tularosa Basin Historical Society. I sent out an email last night, it was a little late, but our board didn't meet till yesterday at 4 o'clock, so that's until they had a chance to review and take a position on it. The Historical Society takes the position that they'd like to see the lot acquired. Now, as far as what that price is, what the condition is, I can tell you as far as the oil sumps and all that, there's no proof of any of that ever occurring, because even after it was the Chevy dealer, as Mr. Shine says, it was the Gibson Shopping Center before Gibson was over on First Street. There was many things that went in there, and they wouldn't have went in there with an oil sump out there and everything else as a store
Like a
retail.
newsstand and all that. Yeah.
Sewer lines, he's right, our waste treatment plant was right across the tracks over here. This area had sewer lines from day one. That was never, there was no septic. If there was, it wasn't legal in this area. So none of those issues I'm concerned, but you still review that to make sure you're doing that safely. As far as the position of the Historical Society is, yes, that'd be great to get it for expansion for outside exhibits, event area, additional parking, and a lot of other things. With the Historical Society, you know, we've been pretty aggressive in the last, since 2012 when we did the plaza. For people that don't understand how the plaza's relationship is, it's county owned, but you didn't buy it. The city of Alamogordo signed it over to you, so you spent nothing. The renovation was a special appropriations from Santa Fe, so you spent nothing. We never came and asked for another penny. We stayed within our budget and restored the whole place. All the exhibits, the walls, about $180,000 spent on inside the building. TBHS paid for all of that too. So today, you know, our relationship with the lease we have as TBHS with the county, I'd have to say it's pretty successful, seeing as we've been there since 2015, and you haven't put a dime out on the property. If there's anything wrong with the HVAC, if there's anything, that's all TBHS paying the bills. The one thing about this downtown area, it's cleaned up so nicely and everything else. I'm not trying to be mean about your lot, but it's one of the ugly pieces in that. I cut the weeds occasionally. And all those derelict county vehicles sitting over there. But then Avis building now has a savior that's got the doctors, Louisiana Manicam that bought the building and are gonna save the Avis. And so down here, we have two things, Avis and that lot that stands out as needing attention to bring this whole downtown area. If you walk around, you'll notice everything else has been done. You know, the old Coca-Cola factory made into a not very nice house, and more. And so we'd like to see it because, and at the same time, we're not, we're taking the position it should be, almost say for historical reasons to be utilized for the public.
which is not a problem, we need to do, because it's one thing, when I give talks and things to different groups and lectures and all that about our history, I started off with, I'm very disappointed in our city, and for one reason, how fast we tore everything down. How fast we destroyed everything. If you knew what was along 10th Street at one time, brick and marble inlaid buildings from here all the way through Lowell's, the schools, the old courthouse, the public library, all that stuff. And you go to other cities and you see that, but you come down McGordle and you see, even as historical as we are, how much has been lost. So the Historic Society will partner with you on this if you do that. We don't have the money to buy the lot, of course. We've been very successful, not only the plaza, put that place back to it was a derelict building, as you know, a very big eyesore. Now it's a gem that you can't ever give up. Walu's Pottery, we've done the same thing there. With volunteers, we took that and put all 9 buildings back to what they were in 1930. Now there's pottery classes going on out there, there's tours, all the educational stuff that goes on there. Currently, we're doing the Dudley School. Same situation. People don't realize Dudley School is it's older than the Avis building. It's older than Roy Renner. People don't realize that was 1901 when that was the second school built here.
If you need to know history, just ask Joe, because he's the man.
Point is that what's left, we need to save what space is available, because once it goes, there's no options for us to do anything over here. That can be a plus to the community. Once it goes, it's a private or something like that. So, again, not trying to force the issue to buy it, we'll do it, but we're just saying we'll partner with you on making something truly happen there. And it would be an asset to this county and to the city.
Anybody want to table this for now until we get the appraisal, and then we'll go from there? Does that sound good? Okay, all right. Does that sound good?
You bet.
All right.
Thank you very much for considering it.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joe. Okay, we are going to table number 21 until we get the appraisal.
You'll get that ordered, Thelma?
Yes.
Okay, number 22, request approval of a memorandum of understanding, MOU, between the Tularosa Basin Regional Dispatch Authority and the Mescalero Apache Tribe for dispatch services. You're up, buddy.
So Mescalero reached out to us a little while ago. They're having issues with BIA dispatch, and their fire department and conservation asked us if we can take over dispatch services as they are considered in Otero County. So we worked together. They're willing to provide or pay for the services that we would provide to them. We would take over their fire and conservation police. Tularosa Basin Regional Dispatch Board has already approved, and on their side it's approved. They are just waiting for us to finish the approval on our side, and then they are going to come down and do site visits with us.
Okay.
How will that work for certain agencies that are on rotation, because the rotation is shared
There'd
between
be nothing with the rotation. That would still be handled by BIA.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So this is
We are
just,
strictly fire and EMS along with conservation police, which is their pretty much animal control or basic law enforcement measures up there.
okay. Perfect.
Any questions?
Nope, I'm good with it.
Okay.
Me too.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Okey dokey, where am I at?
We're gonna vote on that, right?
Yeah, got to get back to my page. Okay, I make a motion for the approval of a memorandum of understanding between the Tularosa Basin Regional Dispatch Authority and the Mescalero Apache Tribe for dispatch services.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, number 23, discuss and consider an agreement between Otero County and Arctic Wolf in the amount of $21,788.84 for cybersecurity.
Does this mean we don't get those stupid emails with our quarantine?
Oh, I know.
Oh.
I can show you a trick for that.
Please do.
Yes, please do.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner
Good
Barrow,
morning.
Commissioner Mallory. So, Sergeant Emery has been working on Arctic Wolf for additional cybersecurity. And today we have also Mr. Kevin Schuster from Arctic Wolf, and about cybersecurity and incident response and managed security awareness.
Thanks, Abe. Thanks, Sergeant John Emery. I appreciate it. County Commissioners, I appreciate your time and the chance to be able to present in front of you. As Abe mentions, my name is Kevin Schuster. I'm with the Arctic Wolf team, and I look forward to being able to help address any questions that the Commission might have about the potential purchase of Arctic Wolf cybersecurity services. I did have a very short prepared kind of remarks just to provide some overview. Happy to do that, or I can pause here and discuss any sort of specific questions or discussion that the county might want to focus on.
So go ahead with the overview.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Very good. I know Sergeant John Emery and Abe had provided some documentation to support both the review of the Arctic Wolf services overall. I believe you have that included in the documentation provided ahead of this meeting, as well as supporting case studies about other local municipalities, local governments that are customers of Arctic Wolf. In a nutshell, what Arctic Wolf is doing is we are providing the capabilities of 24/7, 365 security operations services. So we are going to be able to help the county increase and get more out of the existing IT and cybersecurity product and tool investments you've already made by pairing that with dedicated, highly trained cybersecurity resources to deliver a service to be sure that the county's network, the county's infrastructure is really being monitored and effectively hardened and strengthened against future potential cybersecurity attacks on an ongoing basis. There are a couple of dynamics here that are at play, of course, overall in the state of cybersecurity, especially for municipalities and local governments as we come to a close on 2024. Of course, just reading headlines throughout the state of New Mexico, unfortunately, there has been an outsized target by bad actors, cyber criminals, on entities and organizations across the state. Bernalillo County, of course, just a couple of years ago, famously experienced a very impactful ransomware attack, hindering their ability to provide services to their community. There's also some impact that was an overflow from that situation that also impacted the Albuquerque Public Schools, shutting schools. So this is, of course, a very serious and specific topic that requires further response than maybe the status quo, if you will. There are really three options available to all organizations, but specifically for local governments. Those three options are really boiled down to choosing to make the investment to hire additional resources into the internal IT team to be managing cybersecurity on its own. I have some supporting material I can pull up here and show as part of the team's presentation, but generally speaking, that is a very expensive consideration. The costs of hiring highly trained, highly certified cybersecurity resources is only increasing, as well as the cost of those tools that they would need. The other option, really outside of considering a partnership with a service like Arctic Wolf, is to do nothing additionally. So a little bit of that status quo that I mentioned. That has proven out time and again to carry a cost, which is the cost of a breach. And so those costs are rising. Really year over year, they can consistently rise. Of course, the total bottom line or economic cost to the county is one that is always hard to put an exact dollar amount on, but it is something that comes through in the case of, for example, the attack on Loveless Healthcare, impacting people's lives, of course, when you are providing services. With the third option really being looking to services like Arctic Wolf. So we've been in business since 2012, very well established, very well known organization within our expertise. We operate globally with over 7,000 customers today. We are headquartered, and I'm actually dialed in from our Minneapolis, Minnesota headquarters. But we have operation centers throughout North America and the U.S. in particular. And you all would be supported if you were to choose to go with the service from Arctic Wolf by resources based just outside of Salt Lake City, as well as an operations center in San Antonio, Texas. So you'll have the backing of cybersecurity resources, all North American and really US-based full-time employees of Arctic Wolf. We're not going to be shipping calls or handling portions of the service by sending it halfway across the world or sending it overseas. This is all staying relatively local. Finally, we are really emphasizing and encouraging folks to see the cybersecurity investment as one, certainly that's a technical decision, but also one that can have a positive impact on the bottom line. So as part of the documentation that was included, I believe, ahead of time, there is the ability to rely on Arctic Wolf for two things. Number one, we're uniquely qualified and uniquely recognized in the insurance underwriting community. So there is the ability to go to your larger kind of broker discussion. I understand that that's part of the larger association of counties in the state of Mexico, and really put forward your standing to showcase your improvement overall on cybersecurity, and that can generally translate in lower premiums or open up additional levels of coverage or higher coverage amounts. The other element that is quite unique to Arctic Wolf, and I will share my screen here just for 1 minute. To emphasize the point around the ability to back up our services. Let's see. There it is. So we back up our services. One of the options, really two of them have been built out in the executive summary. One of those options is what we call our total bundle. So to Abe's point at the start of introductions, there's a handful of very specific functions that our services can provide. One of those will be more employee-facing, a consistent user awareness training program, as well as sending phishing simulated testing, just to be sure that there is the ability to increase awareness and have a programmatic way to make sure that your employees are increasing their awareness around their role in keeping the county safe. That total bundle level also comes with a formal incident response program. Should you experience an incident, and one thing that Arctic Wolf takes a lot of pride in is saying that there's no 100% in cybersecurity. So part of my role here today is to not come in front of you and say that by purchasing Arctic Wolf, you'll never have a worry about cybersecurity again. That's just sticking your head in the sand and not realistic. What we are serious and realistic about is wanting to be an active member in that financial element of this decision. And we do back up our services with an up to $750,000 warranty, as you can see. And that can be leveraged in multiple ways, should there be an incident that does carry a cost. A couple of these examples here on the right really outline and explain how our customers are experiencing positive benefits when it comes to cyber insurance. The example there, number 3, is that you can look to our warranty as a way to actually fund the deductible on your cyber liability coverage should you need to submit a cyber insurance claim. That's the bulk of the information that I had prepared. I'm happy to discuss any other specific questions or if there's any other conversation from the commission.
Have you looked at what we currently have, and how do you work with what we currently have, or can you replace what we currently have?
It's not a
Yes,
matter
actually.
of replacing it, it's a matter of adding to it. Currently, we don't have 24/7 security monitor. Me and Abe cannot be logged on monitoring the network 24/7. It's just not possible, it's not feasible. To hire 2 people to add to our team that are experts in cybersecurity, it would cost more to fund those 2 positions than what the 3-year total on this is. By hiring this company, not only is it cheaper on the county, but that gives us 24/7 coverage to monitor our networks, to stop the threats. If they do detect one, we're able to isolate that machine or that part of the network and shut it so it doesn't spread through the rest of the county. This year alone, I mean, you guys have seen it. You've seen Director Barney's email got hacked and sent out malicious emails to everybody's, and it just kept coming back and back, which is why we had to implement dark trace. We also had an attack at the sheriff's office that wasn't made public knowledge because we don't want to advertise it. We got hit. We did get hit with a botnet attack, which is a very sophisticated attack, and it could have cost us a lot of money had I not caught it when I did. We ended up having to replace the firewall that was in place of the sheriff's office. We didn't have internet for about 2 days until I could get it back up and running. Having this service could prevent that.
The 21,000, that's,
No, that number's wrong. I don't know how that number got put on the agenda. That's the wrong number.
so what is the cost for 3 years?
For the first implementation, $79,540. It's in that one sheet right there.
How much?
$79,540.
You said that's for 3 years?
No, that's for the first year, for the implementation. Then the renewal, they have a 8% increase per year for just the monitoring. We only have to pay the one-time, equipment and implementation cost.
Oh, back in the back a little more.
When I started looking into this, I was reached out to by another company. I viewed 3 different companies for this type of service. So I reached out to Solutions 2, who is the foremost expert, so to speak, in the public sector, especially with criminal justice networks. They reached out to Arctic Wolf and brought them to me because the other 2, one was way more costly, and the other one wasn't exactly what we were looking for. So I've done my history. I've been working on this for about 1.5 years.
So this would be good protection for the sheriff's office.
Not just the sheriff's office, but the county as a whole. If we were to get attacked in this building and they were to get into our financial system, it could decimate the county overnight.
So how does that look like for the budget? Is this just a general fund expense, or do we share the expenses with every single department, or?
I think for something like this, it'd be easiest just to pay for it out of perhaps like general operating, because it's something that would cover the entire county. And I think it's probably something that I'm not sure we can afford not to do something like this, seriously, because if our financial system was hit, paying our vendors, paying our employees, if that happened, that would be a nightmare. It would be.
Can we just send you to go get them?
I wish it was that simple.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And even then, I mean, the team that they have in place, we get our own concierge team, so we'll have the same group of people if we have to talk to them. It's better to have the same team that knows your network, that knows your people, so I don't have to repeat the same conversation over and over and over every time I have to talk to one of them.
Can you explain to me, I'm looking at the 2 cost difference in the 2 options. What is the MDR, MR, MSA, IR, JS? What does that mean?
Give that one back to Kevin. You want to explain that real quick?
Yeah. Yep, so you can refer back to the description of the services on the first page of the executive summary. And I know that, just for spacing, we use, let's see here, we use acronyms. So really the 2 key differences between the 2 options. Option number 1, as really the name suggests, total bundle. It is the 4 primary services that Arctic Wolf offers today. Option number 2 would be focused in on what's called MDR. So the key difference here is that MDR, talking about the core bundle, that is that 24/7, 365 active monitoring by both technology and human security experts around the clock on all aspects of the county's network. So there are certainly devices, laptops, workstations that are used, servers that are relied upon. There's also third-party applications that the county is very reliant upon. We're monitoring data and the information that we can gather from all of these different types of products and services that are in play, and then we bring all that disparate information together through our technology and really present it as a single situation point in time. Based on that information and really having the full story, we then are able to take reactive response to stop, to Sergeant John's point, stop an attack very early on and stop it from spreading rapidly. So that's the core function of the MDR solution. These other 3 solutions that would be included in the total bundle are a lot more proactive in nature. So the MR is what's called managed risk. You are, again, as an as a county, as a local governmental entity, reliant upon a lot of third-party vendors and service providers, application providers to do the day-to-day functions. Those all generally will carry some level of vulnerability and risk on their own. There are pretty large and well-documented versions of this risk playing out to impact tens of thousands of customers. But day to day, it is a very difficult task, and one that Sergeant John and Abe can speak more specifically on, keeping track of the vulnerability and risks that exist within each vendor's applications and products. That service is also proactive in that we can help recommend a more efficient process to reduce or remediate that vulnerability. The MSA is what's called Managed Security Awareness, and that is, as I mentioned earlier, focused in on the user level awareness. So your employees receive in practice across the entirety of the county 2 times per month delivered to their email inbox. Those folks that are connected to the email will receive a short training video, on average about 2 minutes. That has been shown to be the best way to keep it front of mind and just top of mind for folks to be, again, vigilant and more aware. That also includes a monthly phishing simulated test. A monthly phishing test is best practice in the cybersecurity world to really be checking point in time on where your user community and where your employee base sits on their ability to recognize when it is a more malicious and phishing type of an email. Finally, IRJS is what we call our Incident Response Jumpstart Service. So this is a proactive way to do 2 things. Number one, coming out of this service, you will have a formal incident response plan as a county as it relates to your network and the infrastructure that you rely upon. In the time of a very critical emergency, were the county to experience a ransomware style event, you would look to that plan as a playbook to really operate within a very stressful time to make sure that everything has been considered ahead of time and you're not missing anything or key stakeholders are made aware. Finally, then the other element there is we do have a portion of our organization that is really focused only on that post-incident type of a cleanup. So if you were to experience a very impactful attack, a ransomware attack, for example, you need to, in this hypothetical, submit a cyber insurance claim. That cyber insurance underwriter and the claims process will bring in legal lawyers involved, and they will require the use of a formal incident response team. You will have that team at the ready, knowing your network from Arctic Wolf. It's a very small dollar portion of this overall cost to have that IRJS or incident response retainer.
Better to have it, not need it, than not have it and need it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Well, this
And
day
I
and
believe
age.
we even get an insurance discount, don't we, if we have a monitoring service
I
in
believe
place?
so, with an MC, I believe we get a little break.
Is there any, either county or municipality currently using this in New Mexico?
That, I don't know. Do you have any customers in New Mexico? Do you know?
So I can speak on that very generally. We operate under what's called a SOC 2 Type 2 data security framework, which does not allow me to publicly transmit the names of customers. What I can say is there are counties in New Mexico that are customers of one or many of these services. I think at last check, we have well over 250 local government municipality customers across the country. And we have roughly 75 total customers throughout the state of New Mexico across various industries and organization types.
Can you tell us, out of those customers, how many attacks have been attempted and caught or have been successful?
Sure, yeah, it's a good question. So generally speaking, our teams are able to collect all that data and of course, be able to share some of that. Some of that is data that we don't put forward publicly. What I can tell you is that there are various levels and types of attacks that take place every day. So it's something as a bit more basic, if you will, as a person clicking a phishing link. We would see that as malicious activity that was successful. On its own, of course, it's not something that's going to then lead necessarily to very crippling attack. There are also very sophisticated attacks. I just had a conversation with a utility in the state of New Mexico earlier this week that makes regular payments in the tens of millions of dollars as part of their operations. And the vendor that they make these payments to had an attack against their network that then allowed that bad actor to serve as a man in the middle, so to speak, attack, where they jumped in, leveraged stolen credentials on the vendor side, and really posed as a legitimate person to give them the utility then updated banking information, really within a short period of time before they would usually make that wire transfer. And of course, that is a malicious activity, and the way it sounds like, that money may be gone for forever, because of the bad actor being able to jump in, put in new business, banking credentials and to send that money. So to answer your question very specifically, we are fielding all sorts and types of numerous, malicious activity and attempts against our customers. Currently, right now, as it stands, I want to say that there's something like a 99.99% true positive rate on when we say that there is something, it truly ends up being something that is truly malicious that needs attention. So when we talk about data, we are highly successful at being able to recognize what's truly malicious and what's really needing attention versus reducing the noise, if you will, of the alerts that are not actually malicious. I'm hopeful that helps answer your question.
Yeah. I think we need to do it, and I think we need to make it part of our budget every year to have this,
Is this entering into a contract? You said 3 years? Okay.
So, John, if I understand this right, the first year, say the one with all the options, it's 79,000. Year 2 would go up 8%, year 3 would go up another 8%, that's how
Okay, but based on just the base charge, so
Yeah.
it's 8% on that 72,000, not the full 79.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, and that's, a lot of that's probably cost of living, the increase in cyber, technology, the increase in cost for computers in general. They still have to, man their facilities and so forth. And I can tell you that everybody who works in those positions are well over 6 figures.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, and approval. What's the guy's name?
Kevin Schuster.
Have they, are they going to provide a contract? Like,
Yes, you guys have a contract to provide, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. And just to highlight this for the procurement portion of this, we are putting forward this pricing under the Omnia contract procurement vehicle, well recognized throughout both the state of New Mexico and the country as a viable option to validate the purchasing process. So we have a standard solution agreement which would be executed between Arctic Wolf and the county as part of the purchase.
Commissioners, if you approve it, I would just make it contingent upon legal review of the contract and approval.
And this payment up front is 1 year at a time or 3 years now?
No, we paid the 1 year now, the renewal is what we would pay next year.
Okay.
How do we pay that up front? So is payment being asked for up front?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
That's what it says. 1 year.
Are you asking for the full 3 years up front?
Well, even 1 year, we have to, we can't pay for it until we have the services rendered. So,
Sure.
yeah.
So how we're presenting this is a 3-year contract with annual payments. So I'm showing my screen here. It's a 1 year, that's a total of 3-year contracts and paid annually.
Okay.
But up front.
We even with Tyler, our finance software, we make an annual payment.
Yes.
Upon renewal every year. I don't see why this would be any different.
Yeah, makes sense.
So do we need to wait until you read the contract?
You can approve it, just contingent on approval of the terms of the contract.
Okay.
Which, since they're going through, one of the state-approved procurement things, it should be, have everything it needs.
So I guess we need to get a contract from them for approval and then bring it back.
We'll have it today.
So I make a motion to approve contingent on review from legal on the contract.
I'll second it.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Keep us safe, buddy. Okay, number 24, request approval for Tularosa Basin Regional Dispatch Authority to purchase Smart Cop, which includes computer aid dispatch with a one-time setup payment of $141,218 and an annual cost of $241,296.
On request of some payment details of old and current system. So one is the current system we're using and the total cost that Julian and I sat down with what we paid for Motorola and our additional expenses that we include along with training expenses. And then the other one is your Smart Cop CAD. There's two options. We could pay out the CAD outright or go with an annual maintenance or an annual fee. If we do annual, we do save.
Take a break a sec. Only got one.
Which one do you have?
Motorola.
Yeah, they've got Motorola, I've got Smart Cop.
Which one do you need?
I need Motorola. Here's, you
I
can
need
have that
Smart
Smart Cop.
Okay.
I've got both, yeah.
Okay, now
Okay,
we're
now
good.
we're good.
I was wondering why I had two more papers in my hand too. So, I think we've been in email contact too, so questions really for you guys.
So one of my questions is Motorola's coming up for renewal this year?
Yes.
Okay, so renewal price for Motorola is, what over here?
So it would be your upgrade cost. So my understanding is there is a PO that was submitted for $300,000, and then you're gonna include your maintenance costs in there, which also includes your GIS that we pay to Crossroads for our GIS services.
So it'd be the 300,000 plus these items down below here,
Yes.
8,500.
Yep.
So it'd be 300,000 or 308,500.
Yep. And we had purchased that, yes. Plus our maintenance, whatever our maintenance costs would be, which our last couple maintenance costs throughout the last 5 years was between that 36,000 costs, 34, 36.
So this, how come we don't have anything on the maintenance 5-year renewal? That's
Because
for.
I'm not sure what the cost is gonna end up being for that.
Oh, okay. So then we gotta go, so, to renew this, and this is per year? The 308.5?
No, it would be your maintenance cost. So my understanding is the initial renewal will be the 300,000, and then after that, you're paying your maintenance costs along with our GIS that we pay Crossroads for. With Smart Cop, we wouldn't be paying any more GIS. That's all included in that, and we actually receive free services from the state to do our GIS data.
Okay, so the other, Mark, our total is, to get into it is gonna be 1.4 million?
After the 5 years. After the 5 years, we will pay 1.4 million.
So what is it to get into right now?
It would be the 241 plus the 141, and then the 71,000 is optional as long as if we want to do the data migration.
So 500,000 the first year.
And then after that, we would be just paying the 241, which includes our maintenance fees.
And that's not gonna go up.
Nope.
And out of this, we'll be reimbursed about what percentage overall?
So we're gonna be, from Mescalero, we're gonna receive about 173,000, maybe a little bit more based off of call volume. So we're gonna use some of their funding to assist with the smart cop. And then along with, AMR's budget into us, and I submitted the contracts that with the percentages to you guys. So with, Mescalero will cover 5% of the total cost, and AMR is covering 7% of the total cost. Part of it is, there's a big chunk with OES, and there's a big chunk that Otero County Detention cover, as Detention Center is very interested in the system too, as it would benefit them.
Okay, so of this cost, and you're saying Muscalero, Alamogordo and Cloudcroft has.
Alamogordo would not participate.
So it's all on us and we're gonna serve them?
Nope.
They're gonna do their own deal?
Yep.
Cloudcroft also?
Yep. Thule also, if they don't decide to pay either.
But if we keep Motorola program, they will stay in it and participate?
And I pay some of Thule's fees currently out of our budget.
So it's very expensive for the county to go to this smart cop.
Yes, but it's beneficial compared to what we would be getting out of Smart Cop now than what we currently use with our system. We currently have issues in dispatch, lots of issues in dispatch, as I explained in the emails to you guys when questioning. Nina has expressed concerns of why she would like to move over, including OES.
Looks like that's the difference right there from that.
But, okay, if I'm understanding this correctly, this is gonna be solely Otero County minus 8% with Muscalero? Is that what you said?
And AMR.
And AMR?
Yes.
This is the cost with Alamogordo would split the cost, Cloudcroft would split the cost?
For Flex?
For, yeah,
I believe we
Motorola.
eat most of the cost for CAD, the county does.
So, I mean, this one, money-wise, is a lot cheaper than what this is.
Yeah, with the total cost in the 5 years, as you see with Motorola, we had a PO purchase with $2.7 million. Invoices were $1.9 million. In 5 years with Smart Cop, we're only at 1.5. So in general, in 5 years, we're still saving about $500,000 moving over to a new system that actually would help benefit the services that we have, or we need.
I'm assuming our sheriff's office is in agreement to go to this?
I have spoken to them a couple times about it. We have also done things, and I can let him speak about it if he has any comments.
Do you want to come up and speak? You're gonna let John come up? Okay.
He's a computer.
Okay.
That would confuse you.
Because I have questions for both of you that is gonna be real good. You're
Currently,
spending time
Alamogordo
aside.
Police pays 60% of the service fees for Flex, which is just under $60,000. I think it was 57 this year. We pay 40% of that as Otero County in general. The service fees for this year have already been paid. I took them out of the original 2019 PO that was issued and funding was put in. The original MOU, they included a 5-year plan. In that 5-year plan was the money for the hardware refresh, which is the $280-something thousand that we're getting ready to submit. In the hardware refresh, this is gonna take us into the next 5 to 7 years, that hardware will not need to be refreshed again. Our service fees will continue to be the 40%, which is just under the 100,000 total. And with the new hardware refresh, it's gonna be running an HA system, which is concurrent. So if one goes down, the other one picks up. We will never have an outage again, short of, the internet company going down. So that's where the money is.
So some of my questions is, I asked John last night in an email if he had been to training on this to be able to address some of these problems. My understanding, Matt has an issue back here that he's got stuff that he can't do. And then I've been told that you are the sole person that has only access to it, and nobody else can get in. I'm not a big computer guy, so you need to explain to me why
I'm not
you
the
can
only
and
one,
they
but
can't.
I am the Flex me for the state. I am also the president of the New Mexico Flex Users Group. We have 38 agencies across the state that are on Flex, and we're about to onboard 2 more. It's Isleta, Pablo, and Gel PD, which is under Lee County. I'm not the only one, but to have the access that they need to be trained. I'm not just gonna give administrative rights. That's not common in the IT world. You can ask Abe as well. We're not just handing out admin rights to systems and computers and stuff like that. That's how stuff gets broke.
So how come John hadn't been trained on it?
John hasn't attended the training. The opportunity was provided. We have a summit every year. The Motorola Summit does provide opportunities for people to get trained. I did request 2 dispatchers to get trained up as CAD admins. I've since done some training with a few of his employees. I started training up 1 employee who left. I have a recommendation for 2 more to send this year. It'll be in May for CAD admin access. But short of getting trained, I mean, I can't do everything. I'm already doing everything. I can't totally train them. I'm getting ready to schedule a monthly admin training for the other people that have been through certifications. And I'm more than happy to include his personnel. We need to get some people trained.
So would that be in the same consideration as far as Matt with his system he has? Should he have training to be able to? Matt, what is it that you've got that you're waiting on to get put into your system that you?
So, I spoke with Sergeant Emery this morning. We have the new computers at the alternate PSAP and in my office, and he's coming over tomorrow, either today or tomorrow, to install those, to get Flex up and running on our computers again. So it's just waiting on Sergeant Emery and his time to do it. Some of the reports, I know I asked for a report and I'm getting one of those in now daily. But stuff that, for me to look at, I'm not a computer nerd either. So I stumble around trying to find some of the reports.
So is Abe and his staff, are they certified on this?
Does it pertain to them really?
No.
No.
So if you have a car wreck tomorrow, who's gonna take care of this?
For most of the day-to-day operations, there are people that have experience in Alamogordo that are also admins on the system, as well as I'm training up a new one with the sheriff's office currently. So there are people to take over some of that. The rest of it would have to go to tech support. And I'll tell you, I know Motorola has issues when it comes to tech support, but the Flex team is fantastic. They're very responsive. They get back to me the same day. I've had the same tech for about 2 years. Of course, he just got promoted, so I'm about to get a new one. But they are very responsive. Some of the issues that we do have is because these third-party interfaces, his EMD, the Intellicom APCO, from the business side, they have to go back and approach and ask for a change in that interface. It's what they call an API that sends certain data based on a certain response. To get that to be changed, it has to be changed on the other company's side. The other issue we're having is with the Zetron module, because Zetron's updated all of their software. The old API or interface doesn't work anymore, so it has to be updated, but they expect us to pay for it, and we're not gonna pay for it when they're gonna turn around and both companies are gonna go sell it to all these other
It's
agencies.
a $70,000 bill they want us to pay. Smart Cop already has the integration with Zetron, and we paid lots of money for our radio system.
But that's only one. I mean, we have several interfaces, and not including our just all the work that I've done for IBR. And we're down to where we're getting all of our agencies, and it's all 4 police agencies that have to submit to the state every month. I've got it working for all 4 agencies. It's a lot of work. I mean, we went live on this in 2020, and it's taken us this long to get as far as we are. We start with a new system, we're starting from scratch. Not to mention all the retraining and then data replication, and or if they do an import.
Okay, so that's your side of the story. You wanna explain to us on your side?
What I want is the benefits. What
Yeah.
does this offer
Yeah.
that this one doesn't?
Right.
What is this one?
I think the biggest problem in dispatch right now is it's workflow for us. And I see workflow for the the road side of it too. We do a lot of work for our deputies and officers where they can be doing it in CAD themselves and they don't. Smart Cop does have a really good integration on the mobile side of it. They even have it on the cell phones. They can do everything on the mobile side, including reports. When I worked for Highway Patrol, we had Smart Cop. They were able to do the reports before they even got to the jail. And then they submitted that to the jail. I know with Smart Cop on the jail side, and we have a lot of big issues with duplicated names, and we're always affixing these names. Jail can literally grab it and pull it right from the call card that the officers are going, because they have such a seamless integration between CAD and the jail module. Along with jail, there's so many other features, and Nina can talk about them if she'd like, that she was so impressed that this would make her life easier in the jail, that Flex is not working for her now, and she's, I think last time we talked, you're still pen and paper with certain things, correct?
Yes.
Where this would seamless fix their issue with that aspect of it. It is cloud-based, so we can access it from anywhere, so we don't have to log into a VPN on a laptop to get to CAD. It's a quick access, and I know that works for Matt Clark's division too, as they're in the field majority of the time, especially on the cell phone, pop it up, it's right there in front of them. They can check in service, they can put themselves en route from a cell phone and iPad. I know Mescalero was looking about buying iPads. This is one reason that they were excited to go up, because they don't have to purchase the expensive laptops. They can purchase the bare minimum of an iPad and put tough books on it and still be able to use it in the field. From our side of the warrant division, they have a third-party vendor that works with everything, the integration with NCIC. Since I have been here, and that's been 1.5 years, we have been talking about NCIC integration. It still hasn't been completed. In my understanding, it's been done before that, because I have paperwork that we've submitted to the state for this stuff, and it still has not been completed. They handle that ourselves. And it eliminates, on my warrant division side, a dual-step process. Currently, we have to enter it into NCIC, and we have to enter it into CAD. With Smart Cop, we enter it once, it pushes it out to CAD automatically, and that is for missing persons, missing vehicles, license plates, and warrants. Seamless interaction, and we can pull it out, and it has all that documentation in there. There's a ton of other things that Smart Cop has listed, but this is gonna make our lives so much easier. Even when people call in and I know, Amy, you work with the tow company, when they call in and ask for a tow truck and someone gives us a case number, we cannot look based off of case numbers, we have to look off of long-term IDs. So it makes it harder for the dispatcher to bounce back and forth between different tabs, where Smart Cop opens one tab, one search right then and there. It has our E911 access in there. I can open calls from our E911 data. Our complainant data, I only can put one complainant in a call card currently with Flex. I can add 13 complainants in a call card, and actually makes name files for all of them. And that's for legal issues. When people turn around and start suing us, we actually have that documentation in there of who's calling, not just in the notes, actually in there as a person in the calls, and the reports are there. Not only with Matt talking about with reports, it is a pain right now to pull reports in Flex. They will customize the reports that we need for us, along with making analytic boards. So every day I can walk in there and Matt wants to know how many controlled burns that are in the county. It updates automatically with an analytic board in there, so he knows where all these calls are. He can search by mapping, he can search by phone numbers, addresses, on how many times we've been there seamlessly, and they can build reports and send it to him. They also have paging features. Immediately when the call comes out, they'll be notified, so it helps eliminate maybe the calls to picking up the phone and calling Matt and saying, hey, there's a structure fire. As soon as that call's stamped, he'll get a text message saying that information or what's going on. There's a ton of other features that are, and I listed into these emails with you guys. I know on our side is that on the dispatch center, my dispatchers struggle, and it's not based off of training, it's just the workflow that Flex has to offer. And not to mention, I know that Sergeant Emery has said that people are moving to Flex, but there's a lot of people leaving Flex or leaving Motorola in general. That's why we left Motorola CallWorks, because of the lack of support that we had and the lack of updates they were doing. That's why we moved to Carbine. MIRVDA has already reached out, and they were talking about possibly leaving their current CAD system, which is not even Motorola, but they're looking to leave their Motorola phone. Eddie County's looking to leave Premier One, which is another Motorola CAD product. They're looking about actually moving to Smart Cop themselves. And El Paso 911 is also looking at leaving their Motorola products and moving over to different products too, just due to the lack of support of Motorola and how expensive Motorola has become. And the lack of integrations. I will tell you, all the integrations that are in the quotes are what we currently use. And even on the field side, we have worked on it. They actually build all the fields, so what they use is tracks to do their reports, or I'm sorry, their traffic citations and all that. That's already integrated in Smart Cop, and they build that all out for us, along with our mapping features that we don't use mapping features in our current CAD system now because our 911 maps are more update than our current CAD maps. And I know we had our own issue with our payments, but I feel when we pay someone, we should have the best features and we should have everything updated, and we currently don't. I pull my data from the state who provides services to us for free and gives us this live updates, which pulls from the NMAG, which is the National 911 database. So from our GIS, when people register addresses and businesses, that goes into a national database system, and that's where that gets pulled and updated on a monthly basis for our 911 system. So our 911 mapping system is up to date, our current CAD system is not.
Okay. So with that being said, we have 3 of the biggest departments in the county that uses your system sitting right here.
Correct.
So would each one of you give your opinion on this and what, I mean, that's the only way we're gonna find out. You're the ones who use it. I don't understand why Alamogordo won't join in on it if it's what's gonna be used, but that's another story alone. But I need your opinion, David's opinion, and Matt's opinion.
And I have one more question. Motorola, does it have 24-hour support when there's problems? And does this one have?
Yeah, there's a 24-hour hotline. If
So
if we had a crash and had to switch over to the DR system, I could get somebody on the phone.
Yep. And then what happens if we buy all this equipment? It has to be hands-on. Do they each send somebody to do work?
No, most of it, they work through somebody like me or Abe, or they work with the IT that's on the ground for hands-on stuff.
Smart Cop handles everything for ourselves. We don't have to have a dedicated IT person to handle our CAD system. Anybody can pick up the phone and call into Smart Cop and say, hey, I forgot my password, can you reset it? Currently, we do not have that. We have to call someone who has the access to reset our passwords. But anybody can call Smart Cop for any of that stuff.
I'm not sure you'd want anybody to be able to just call and, hey,
It's
I'm
dedicated to their
John Doe here, can you give me access?
Well, they have lockdown systems, so we still have to give them like a PIN and stuff like that, and they verify who we are. If you're not in the system and on that system, they're not gonna help you. So if I call in and then say I'm John Doe, and they look for the system and they don't see a John Doe in the system, they're not gonna help you on that aspect of it.
What if I need
And we're
your name?
dedicated a tech support person
He
with
said they have
Smart
to have
Cop.
a PIN, so I'm sure they have to have like a
Yeah.
Yes, I want to hear from Nina too, just like you said, I want to hear, and I wish the city of Alamogordo was here. Why, listen to what they're.
I will say, when we started to look at this, we held 2 demos. We actually, the sales rep flew out here, in-person demo down at the EOC, and the city of Alamogordo did show up and they left within an hour. And then we held the second demo, sent it out to all my stakeholders, and the city of Alamogordo never showed. I did send follow-up emails to everybody, and I got an email back from Police Chief Kunihiro saying the city will not be participating.
So let me ask David a question. Sheriff Black, you get a call, they call and John's department answers it. Does Alamogordo not know anything about it? How are you and the Alamogordo Police Department gonna work together if you don't know? If they're not working off the same dispatch, how are they gonna know if there's a fire or if there's a wreck and they need your assistance or you need their assistance? How are you two gonna communicate, or how are you gonna know? How is it gonna work?
You know, one question I would throw at them right now, as far as if they go with Smart Cop at the dispatch center, and I choose not to, we stay with Flex. So are we gonna be able to see the CAD system for Smart Cop showing exactly what's on the board as far as calls coming in?
Yes, that's built in there, so you guys have access.
We still have access to
Yes.
our CAD system, and I mean.
Not Flex, you would have to have Smart Cop.
Right, so
Yeah.
if I choose not to go with Smart Cop, then everything that goes on the board like we see right now, we're not gonna be able to see that.
Correct.
Is that, just for?
Correct, yes.
Okay. That's the issue I have is, we're gonna split everything. It's gonna be very difficult. right now, we've got TVs, we've got monitors everywhere, where a call comes in, it's on the board, we sit there, we look at it, you know, and we see what Alamogordo's doing, we see what fire's doing, we see what we're doing, animal control. We know there's a control burn in a certain area in the county. I think that's going to eliminate a lot of that stuff that we won't be able to see. Is that correct, computer guys?
So if Alamogordo was to change their mind and join on this other system, then you'd be able to see it.
Correct.
But with them right now, fire and police are not, they do not want it.
Alamogordo does not want it, Cloudcroft doesn't want it, Tularosa definitely doesn't want it, because they have a hard enough time keeping people to train them up on one system, let alone learn a new one. I just feel like it needs to be an all or none.
Well, it seems like if we're gonna have a joint dispatch system, we need to have everybody
System.
swimming in the same direction.
And I wasn't invited to the presentation, so
Okay,
I
so
haven't had a
that,
chance to really look at it. I did my own research and.
I understand with David's deal, but with her problem right here, what's gonna how can you help her?
Well, that's part of what Trent was talking about, the Wi-Fi project that we're working on. I'm looking to reconnect them. The problem they have right now is they get their internet and their connection to Flex through the courthouse. Every time the city of Alamogordo has a power outage, courthouse goes down, they lose all connectivity, all internet, all connectivity to the system, which is why they gotta have printed logs constantly of where everybody is, because if the internet goes down, they can't look in the
Why are
system
they
to see where they
connected
are.
with the city that way?
Not to the city, to us, to dispatch. They bounce through the courthouse over here, and then the signal comes here, and then it shoots across to, so I'm redoing it. It's gonna go directly through the EOC to dispatch.
Okay, so you're fixing that part of it.
That's what Trent was talking about, the Wi-Fi project. On top of that, I got her scanners for the barcode, so we could get the barcode program, so they can actually scan their inmates in and out of locations, without having to sit there and do it. And had a meeting yesterday about, tablets for her rovers and stuff, so they can do their logs as they're doing their status checks that they have to do, like in SEG, it's 1 hour checks in SEG, 30 minutes. So 30-minute checks, I mean, they can go and look in the window, boom, boom. So I think we resolved the billing issues, right?
On our side, there's issues as far as workflow, for us. I mean, I know you don't work at the, it works for the sheriff's office, but like, if it's a new arrest, it's fine. You see all the rest. If it's a warrant and my staff don't do what they're supposed to do, previous JMSs that we've had on the detention side, you pull up the offense screen, you see the warrant, you see the charges. It said,
You need to come up, so.
yeah. So it's been an issue since we have it. I mean, on our side.
So
They
is
don't
that
work
more of
on
an
our side.
employee training issue or
No.
a system issue?
It's the system will put warrant. Well, if we don't put under a tab on here additional info, what the warrant charges are initially, then when the public calls, which they call 24/7, all day long, oh, it's open. Then if staff don't put failure to comply with probation or whatever the charges are under the underlying warrant, right now my front office gets bombarded, then we have to call booking, and it's constant. Whereas previous JMSs that I've had Sleuth, I had one prior to that, but because I've been there 20 years, you go to your offense screen, you can see everything. And this one is not like that. And if you have a lot of new booking staff, they don't do it, my front office calls booking, then you have to call booking, hey, put this in. So if it's a new arrest with new charges, it's there. That's different. But all of warrants or probation violations and some other things as far as on our side, it makes it very, very complicated. It's made the front office encumber a lot of calls. The Smart Cop does have a web program, I don't know, where the public will be able to look, see the status of charges, whether they're waiting arraignment, waiting trial, sentence, going to Department of Corrections, which is amazing for us. It would cut down the calls in the front office. And then on the billing side, I get a lot of havoc from other counties that we bill because the way that Spillman, it does a weird, like breaks it down in these quarters. And so my admin assistant has to fight with them all the time. And she's like, I don't have nothing to do with Spillman. This is how it bills. And so instead of doing either a 24 or 12-hour increment, does these quarters, and she has difficulty, and we get questioned all the time on her billing. And as far as reports, we go in there, we try to query some reports, like every year I have the Department of Health come. If the arresting agencies don't put demographics in, of course, they expect the jail to do it too, but there is a lot of demographics that aren't being put in the system, sometimes not even date of birth or national origin or anything. So what we get on our side, if we don't put it in and we go to generate, so our reports are not correct when we query them.
But is
Because
the
there's
new system gonna fix that? Because it sounds like there's a lot of human error in that.
Whatever side it's on,
Yeah.
it doesn't work on our side.
But I mean, a new system's not gonna fix human error. That's my question, I mean.
Well, I don't know how their side works either. I don't know what data they're supposed to input. They merge it on our side. So I don't know what the arresting officers are supposed to put in or not supposed to put in. The old booking handwritten ones that they did used to have their height, weight, skin color, and different demographics. And we used to be able to input it by that. I mean, we don't even get that information. If they don't come in with the license, how are we even supposed to put it in? So it's kind of lacking, because when the Department of Health comes every year, they want by sex, age. I mean, yeah, I can query it, but the point is it doesn't match my population. So there's a lacking whose side it is. It's not being inputted into the system. And so the statistics are incorrect. And there's lots of reports. I mean, yeah, I spent a lot of money on the training, and we still have issues at the facility. I know I had my admin assistant and my booking corporal attend Smart Cop, and they said the workflow for both of their jobs seemed more easy for them as well. But I mean, we're gonna have to stay with whatever, the commission wants, but we have a lot of problems on our side.
Again, it sounds like it's people putting into the system, and if they don't put it in, that system right there is not gonna work any better than that system over there is gonna work.
With Smart Cop, it would, because the workflow is all connected. So from dispatch, as soon as an officer gives us the driver's license, we'll run it, it automatically puts it in call, and when they get to the jail, everything's there already. So there's no input from currently, we're running it, we don't do anything with it now because we don't have the capabilities of doing it in the 911 center. So then the patrol side's typing it in, and then when they get to the jail, they're redoing all the work again. So this is starting that dispatch from the time the officer says, copy a driver's license, we run it, we paste it into the call card, and then when they get to the jail, they click the call card and click book, and everything drops and their whole system is done on their side. It's, again, the biggest thing with Smart Cop is the workflow. And I think that's where a lot of these people are getting, I think from our side, the people that do want the CAD is where Smart Cop comes to it, because it's all about the workflow for us. And that's what's gonna make it easier. If we can have a better workflow, it makes our lives easier so we can do more.
Why wouldn't APD want it then?
Like I said, I've offered, when we started to look at it and the talk was happening, I did offer it to everybody. I sent emails out saying we were gonna host these. The comment I got from APD is, what's the difference? And there is clearly lots of differences between them.
Well, there's two of them, Matt. Yo, Matt.
And I think Jeanette wanted to speak too. Did you want to?
Yeah.
I have a question. So, and one of the issues that I had with Flex was that there was no way to do a CIT report specifically with the demographics that we need. It didn't come with CIT. Does this come with something?
Yeah, it has a whole reporting feature to it that's built into the actual CAD, so it's not separate, and we can build with any type of forms that we want to.
So it would have to be built?
Yeah.
So because we had to do that with Flex.
Yeah,
but
if you have the current form, we just input it, but what it does is it works from CAD, so whenever we have a name file, it data drops everything and builds your report from immediately.
Because we would have to build it, would it be able to pull, like if I needed to go in, right, my program, the data that I need for my program is our officer injuries down, our civilian injuries down? Was there criminal diversion? Can I put that in and pull that out
Yes.
of any agency?
Yes. They almost have a wild card for reports, and you can literally type whatever report you want, and it literally pulls all that information.
That, Flex didn't have that?
No, we had to build it, and I can't pull that out. So, I mean, but the thing is, for me, it's still not good. If every agency isn't doing it, it's not gonna work for me.
I was gonna say, because you fall under the city, and if the city says no, then you're still doing this,
Correct.
Flex.
No.
This, and when is the renewal due for this Motorola?
August, it's already been paid.
Ah.
We're paid up until 2025.
Mhm.
And I just renewed all the licensing on the current and warranties on the current server packages and stuff like that, because even if we implement the hardware refresh, it won't be done until the first quarter. Takes about 6 months to implement it, based on equipment, getting everything programmed, getting it installed, getting it set up, and then migrating the servers over to the new one.
And I have a quick question, John. There's $300,000 purchase order that hasn't been approved yet. What is that for?
I don't know what you're talking about. We have a 288,000 that I haven't even submitted yet.
Okay, there's a pending PO for 300,000 or close to 300,000 from Motorola.
Yeah, it was money that was left on it from the original contract and the payments, the original. Essentially,
Okay.
it just.
I just know the staff hadn't approved it yet because we were waiting to see what was gonna happen with this today. They hadn't paid it.
Yeah, I don't know of any $300,000 one, so that's news to me.
So Matt, you got,
On the fire EMS side, the big thing for me is the ability to pull out some of the reports. How many controlled burns were at 123 Smith Street? You know, is he constantly having controlled burns? Why is he having them? Is he just calling them in? Is he doing them? When I page a volunteer fire department to go to an address, did they respond? I can't get that report right now. That was one of them that I asked on Smart Cop, and he said, the answer I was given from Smart Cop was that they can have that dashboard analytic, that I have controlled burns here, that's popped up all the time, which I see in CAD, the controlled burns. But the responses that when they were paged, they responded or they didn't respond. I can have that knowing that a department was paged for 5 calls, 6 calls, 1 call, and they responded to one of them, but not the others. And I really don't have that ability to easily pull that report. For my use, whether it's Flex or Smart Cop, I'm kind of along for the ride. Because I feel both the CADs, whether it's Flex or Smart Cop, are designed for law enforcement. And looking at the demo with Smart Cop, it seemed a logical choice to me if I was law enforcement, but I'm not, so I don't know. Me looking at it saying that it's the best thing for law enforcement, I couldn't tell you that. On the fire side, again, I don't think there's a perfect CAD system for fire. To me, Smart Cop just offers easier reporting, so.
from hearing what everybody has said, the law enforcement and the fire, in my eyes, has got to be a priority. They have to be able to work together.
Absolutely.
So if one's not talking to the other, I'm really, and I understand your problems in your situation, that's very important too, but the police have to be able to work together, communicate, and so does the fire department. I mean, this one's got pluses, and this one's got pluses. The main plus over here is the law enforcement, the police department, the fire department, and the police department are working together. Communication. This one over here sounds like it's got a lot of the problems ironed out and fixed. But these two over here are not gonna talk to each other then, which, it's a safety issue in Otero County, in my eyes. That's just my 2 cents.
What has been the conversations during the Tiberta meetings in why the city wants this or don't want it, or was this taken to the Tiberta meetings?
It was never discussed at the Tiberta meetings, it was discussed during emails. Emails were sent out, and that's when the city said they don't want to participate, then that's why we discussed it being just a county project only.
So one other little thing, I said in one meeting, I substituted.
It's the longest meeting in the history of ever.
And-
And he got pepper sprayed. So there's that.
So I kind of got a little feeling, I have no proof of this, but the fire chief of Alamogordo and you seem like you have a conflict.
We really don't, I talked to him.
Something, I mean, even Sheriff Black at that time made a comment to him about it. So I don't know what's, if there's, everybody not playing well together, I don't know, but it's, seems like.
I've expressed my concerns to Sheriff Black about that. We had discussions about that. I'll leave that out there and we can have a non-public meeting about it if you guys like.
And that may be an option we have to do. But
Okay, so from what I understand, we're already paid up for Motorola. For how long?
Until August of 25. And that's just the support service side.
So if, I mean, to me, if we act on this now, we're gonna be double paying for, if we switch services,
Even
am I
if you
right?
act on it in general, we're gonna be double paying because if the other agencies don't move over, we still gotta pay for the service fees on that system. It was the same thing when we moved to Flex.
Yeah.
We had to continue paying for Sleuth until we just stopped.
Well, to me, it sounds like Smart Cop is a really good system, and I think it would make everybody's lives easier. And it's just my personal opinion. I think whatever we do, we have to have the city and county working together on the same system, or it's kind of pointless of us merging. We should have just stayed separate entities if we're not gonna work together.
Is this something that we could invite the city in to discuss and go into like executive or something?
Yeah, no, we absolutely could, and it would be a contract. My question would be, do the Motorola contracts, what do they say as far as early termination or cancel?
If they don't, you just don't pay the service fee again, and you won't get services or updates anymore.
We aren't bound contractually, based on what we signed,
That would have been from the original contract that was signed back when other people were in charge.
It would be something we'd want to look at.
You may want to look at the MOU too. I don't know exactly what the MOU say, but Alamogordo and Cloudcroft and the county and everybody signed an MOU for this Flex when we all moved to Flex. It was Spillman at the time. The name changed once Motorola bought them out.
So John, when you said that they all signed, but at the end of 2025 in August, will Alamogordo and Cloudcroft sign on again to go?
I don't know. I haven't seen the MOU, so I couldn't tell you.
I mean, we could be all 100% on our own again come next August.
It could be, but Alamogordo got their bill for their 60% and they paid it, so.
I mean, I like the system, hearing everything, and I looked around on the website and all that. I have never looked at the Flex website, so I don't know what I'm comparing it to. But I like hearing the workload and all that kind of stuff. But I'm concerned that the city's not helping absorb. And we're fixing to lose property taxes with the last election for veterans exemptions. And we're just spending money. So I'm concerned with that. I think I would really like to have an executive session with the Sheriff's Department, with this Alamogordo Police Department and us, and maybe even a couple of their commissioners. And
You'd have to do them all. You can't just do a couple.
well, it's one contract, right?
It is, but you can't come in, the city commission can't come in and voice anything unless it's the full commission. I mean, it'd be like you going and talking for the county, which you can talk for Commissioner Barella, but you can't talk for the Otero County Commission.
So do we need to call for joint commission meetings again and maybe take that into executive?
Probably wouldn't hurt.
Try and hash out these problems?
But I mean, to me, we've already spent this money, and if it gets us through August of 2025, then I think we need to address it again at that time.
Or we can work on it until then, since
Yeah,
we have
exactly.
that, and then pull the trigger in July.
Yeah.
You know, but we've got to work out all of these problems that are never going to get worked out and see, and see where it goes, you know? I really want to hear from the city.
Wasn't Rio Doce in on this at the beginning?
Yeah, Rio Doce was thinking about going with us at their backup center. And they are still interested in this solution. They're going through police chief changes, so they kind of, and with the fires, they have to look at money budget. Because we are going to work with them on doing some radio integration with them as we take calls for them and they take calls for us as overflows.
Well, I think this is something we need to continue to work on. I don't want to vote on it either way today, because I think we've got to still have work to do. I think it's definitely got benefits, and I see John's point, you know, that it sounds like it's a great system, but I don't want to double pay for something we've already paid for. And it sounds like you're all trained up in Flex.
Well,
you know.
and Commissioners, I just have a question, because this quote was in the email for $262,406.
That's the hardware refresh.
Okay, but it hasn't been paid?
No.
Okay, all right, that's all I have.
So, Pamela, can the city commissioners, city police, fire, our side, can they have a private meeting?
If you're negotiating a contract, real property,
It's
personnel
gotta go to the
issues,
city.
there's
Public.
limited what we can do in executive session. If you're gonna negotiate a contract, this might fall under it, maybe?
Yeah, or even discuss a contract, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're looking at it internally to
contract
consider
services.
terminating it or, yeah.
I mean, upstairs would accommodate for all of us, right? We'd have open it public and then kick everybody out for executive and then see what's going on.
Well, you can do that in here too, because it's more of a casual conversation, it's not real formal in executive session, but yeah, we could do that.
Did the city give a reason why they would not go to the other side?
The response I got by email is they like their current RMS system, which is a reporting system, it's not CAD. I can tell you, speaking to some other people, not department heads, they do wish that they had better solution on a CAD features and stuff like that.
Well, I think I want to work towards this, but we've got to get more people on board. So let's just do a little bit more work on it to see if this can be successful.
That's a good idea.
Well, the law enforcement and the fire has to be able to communicate together.
Well, the city and county need to have the same system, I think, or it's kind of not working. So do we want to table this for future meetings and more information
Do you
today?
think January, we
I think after the end of the year, yeah.
Maybe January, and plus then we got to work around everybody going to session too.
That's true.
You know, so I don't want to wait till the end of March. Maybe we can
I'll
try.
be in Washington the end of March,
The concession, 60 days.
or the 1st of March.
The session won't get over until March. So, I mean, we could try to schedule something end of January together.
Can you call the city and see if they'll
I can do
participate?
Yeah, I'll work with you.
If they're not going to, there's no sense
Yeah,
in
no, I'll
meeting.
just see if they're even willing to sit down with us, and if they are, then we'll look at dates and
Okay.
logistics.
All right, so we're going to
So-
table this for today.
Per the MOU, 12-month notice is required to the city. So is,
12-month notice for us to notify them we're going to a different system?
yeah.
So we don't have 12 months.
So, yeah, we definitely need to be getting together to,
And David, Alamogordo Police Chief, they want to work with you too, don't they?
Oh, yeah. We work together all the time. And he never gave me an explanation why, he just said he didn't want to be a part of it, he didn't want to switch. We switched in 2019 from sleuth to, yeah, 2020. I'll be honest with you, do I want to switch again? Hell, no, I don't want to switch again, that's a pain in the ass.
It's a nightmare.
I am comfortable with what we got right now, and I just soon stay with it, so. Smart Cop, yeah, it has a lot of bells and whistles and stuff like that, but,
Any system is only as good as the people that are putting the data in.
yeah, I
Doesn't
just soon stay with what we got. If they wanna go to something else, that's cool. That's gonna be defeating the purpose of having, all of us on the same system.
Yeah, that's why we need to have a meeting, I think, because we need to decide what we're gonna do.
But I also want to know if this could be built in
We would
to
probably
make it
need
easier
Cloud
for
Croft
me and
in that
for
discussion
Jeanette,
too.
the system we have.
I mean, it
Why
could be
can't
discussed at
this be useful like
PSAP board
like this
meeting.
one?
True, we
Some
could do it
features
at a
can be
Taberta
implemented,
meeting and go in
others
executive.
take
It
a
just
little
wouldn't
bit
have the
more
full
time.
commission on
There
our
are
side,
updates
it'd just
coming.
be representatives from
Happy
each
to-
organization.
to show
But it might be
them,
the place to start.
Yeah.
The updates that are planned and coming.
John, can you reach out to Motorola and see if they can develop, something that is comparable to what Smart Cop is offering, so that we have this workflow?
As in the other feature that he's talking about, the automatic input of the licenses and stuff?
Yeah, so that
Yeah, it's a work in progress. We're still waiting on the state, again, like usual. They'll, actually, as soon as they type it in, they can literally right-click on the DL number and send it directly to NCIC. We just gotta get it turned on, and I'm waiting on the state's approval and the information that's needed to put in the backside of Flex to make that happen. So,
Is this the same deal that we talked about the other day?
Yeah.
The state?
yeah, I finally got contact. The state's changed personnel so many times. We started to try to implement State Link is what the program's called. We tried to implement it back in 2020, and we were jumping through hoops. They disapproved our network map. I rebuilt the network map. Of course, we rebuilt the entire network for the county, resubmitted it. They rejected it again because they had too much information. We sent in all the paperwork again. We did the construction, had to send in the new map of the facility. Finally, everything got approved, and then they changed personnel and it fell off again. So I did talk to the service manager up there last week. We were supposed to have a meeting this week, and it fell through because of vacation and other people being out of the office. So we have progress finally.
And can it be explored to get what Nina needs to be able to meet her requirements?
I have a great report writer on staff that all we gotta do is schedule some time with him, and he can literally write a report to pull exactly what she needs.
Okay.
So,
And then for Jeanette,
But Jeanette's is a little bit different because she's requesting specific data. That would be a complete development change on the reporting side. What I did do for Jeanette is I put a hyperlink on the home screen for the mobile application. So if a deputy has to fill out the CIT form that she needs, he literally just clicks it. It opens right up to their form that they've already built and have on their city website, I guess is probably where it's posted. So that way she can at least get that. For access to the reports, I do have a way to do that. I was waiting to finish up with the DA's office, and I was gonna implement this similar project with CIT. I'm busy. I ain't got a chance.
John, you're talking, I'm trying to figure out, you say we Otero County or we Motorola?
We as in Otero County, when I talk about the report writing, that's Motorola, because I'm not a script writer.
Okay, so you don't have nothing, no investment, we're not paying you for this. You're not part of it.
For the report.
You're Otero County, period. Okay.
Yeah, when I do my flex president stuff, that's all out of pocket. I don't use county money for that. I use my own leave, I use my own time, my own finances to buy my hotels that are expensive. So. And no kickbacks from Motorola either. Unfortunately.
You read my mind.
Yeah, no. Unless you include the one lunch that I might get once a year.
Yeah,
We had that discussion long before he started.
yeah.
Make sure he knew the rules that he does.
One or the other.
All right, so
You're
we're
either
gonna,
doing this job or this one. You're not co-mingling yourself.
so we're gonna table this for now, and then we're gonna schedule a meeting. Did we wanna start with one of the
Well, and I
suburban
thought,
meetings?
yeah, we could table it for now, and then I could let David or Natalia know we want this on the agenda for discussion as the joint agencies involved in PSAP and dispatch.
But don't leave Cloudcroft out.
Well,
'cause
they're on
a
the board.
player.
They're on the board.
They have a
Okay.
representative.
But I want to be there. I want to hear what everybody's saying too.
Might be 5-6 hours,
Right?
and you
Might
might get
pepper
tased.
sprayed.
Or sprayed or something.
No pepper spray.
All right, are we ready to move on? Okay, all right, thank you guys. I know
Thank
this
you.
is, and thank you, John, and both Johns.
Yeah.
You guys have put in a lot of work on all of this stuff, so thank you. Okay, number 25, request approval to reclassify the training officer position to a deputy chief with a salary of $60,000. You're up again.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon. Yeah, look at the clock.
Matt Clark again, Emergency Services Director. So the training officer position that we budgeted this year, I hadn't gotten any applications on it. I want to convert that to a deputy's chief position to take a lot of the stress off of me for everything that's happening on the fire department side. Consolidation is a big project, and it requires a lot of attention. The fire departments alone require a lot of attention. My attention gets pulled in multiple ways, and I feel that maybe some of the fire departments have been neglected, and I don't think that's right. I went to an emergency managers conference in Ruidoso last month, came back and talked with Pamela about it. It's not a matter of when or if we get it, it's more of when we get the next disaster. I don't think Otero County is as prepared as Lincoln County was. I've done a few chats with their emergency management office. We're going to sit down sometime this month, beginning of next month, finally, because they've had a chance to relax now. To do an after action with them, what lessons did you guys learn? How can I move forward on the emergency management side? There's a lot of things that need to be done ahead of a disaster so that when you have that disaster, you are prepared. And that's another huge undertaking that I feel my time would be divided and not able to get it done completely. So that's why I'm asking to convert that position.
I have no problem with it. We've already allocated the money. It's in your budget, and I have no problem, yeah.
More money though. The allocated money for the training personnel was $47 a year versus $13,000 a year difference.
It was, and I did speak with Julianne about it, and she did not see a problem with the budget accepting it.
So we got
For now, because there's been basically 5 months of salary savings at this point because the position isn't hired. It's salary savings as well as the health, life insurance, all of that. Because I do budget for a full family insurance because we never know what an individual's going to take. So there are some salary savings there for this budget year anyhow.
Okay, Any questions? Nope. Any more questions? Okay, all right. I make a motion for the approval to reclassify the training officer position to a deputy chief with a salary of $60,000.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, number 26, request approval of the substance use focused SIM mapping reports Otero County, New Mexico to guide opportunities for improving public safety and public health initiatives and outcomes.
I really like this just before you get started.
You like it?
I do.
Okay. I'll remember that in a couple months. So, good afternoon, Commissioners. Amber May Hall, Healthcare Services Director. So I'm here to talk about the report that you guys all should have received. I'm not going to go into the report in detail. It's a pretty simple report. It's self-explanatory. It's not a hard read, but we're going to go over a couple of things that are important. I do want to give some background information in terms of what I did to have this completed, and some other information.
Just a couple of hours?
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be appreciated. No, I will try and make this as quickly as possible. But I do also, we do have some good news to share, which we'll get to that as here in a little bit. So, next slide. So first off, so each fall, SAMHSA's Gain Center does put out solicitations for communities to receive technical assistance to conduct a sequential intercept model mapping workshop and strategic plan. During this grant cycle, there were 2 SIM applications available. There was the traditional SIM application and then the substance use focused SIM application. And we applied for the substance use focused application. And it provides the same as the traditional, but it focused a lot more on substance use and specifically also opioid use. Next slide. So just a little background first. The SAMHSA's Gains Center, it is an agency within the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. It stands for the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. So it's a public health administration. The Gains Center is separate. It's funded by SAMHSA, but it's operated by Policy Research Associates. So I just wanted to give a little identifying information about who did the report, and it is Policy Research Associates. So what is, next slide. So what is the sequential intercept model? So it's very simply, it is a linear model showing how individuals move from the community through the criminal justice system back into the community. And this is the map of what the criminal justice system looks like. Sorry, there's some background noise over there. Okay, next slide, please. So why is the SIM map important? Well, first off, there's always changes in our communities. We see it from year to year. And specifically within our criminal justice system, our behavioral health system, our medical service system, it changes over time. Just take a look at the fact that we now have new ownership of our hospital, and hopefully we see better services being brought into our community, and that affects what services can be provided to individuals, to vulnerable populations, and to individuals here. And so this report, this map, it highlights opportunities for improving public safety and public health outcomes. They do intersect quite often, public safety and public health. When you have individuals who interact with the criminal justice system, it certainly interferes or it certainly affects their public health outcomes down the road. And what we do with this SIM map is we identify the resources, we identify gaps, we identify opportunities for networking and connection, and we answer what can be done in the community and what are our priorities. Next slide, please.
So the SIM grant application, in our application, these were the 3 goals that we identified as wanting to address as a result of the workshop and strategic plan. And the first one is resource optimization and stigma reduction. So what are the existing resources that we can optimize usage in combating substance use and misuse? Because in the opioid discussion that we had several months ago, from my understanding, this commission wants to invest in our local agencies to address and solve substance misuse and the opioid and use of the opioid funding. So we also wanted to be able to mitigate stigma associated with substance use disorder. A lot of the stigma does prevent access to services, access to resources, and it certainly can affect an individual's outcome and reintegration into community, especially when they are incarcerated and then released later. We also wanted to focus on community progress assessment and gap analysis. So this SIM is not the first that occurred in our community. This is the second that I know of. So the City of Alamogordo conducted a SIM assessment back in 2018. However, they only focused on intercepts 0 through 2. So we focused on all of the intercepts. This is actually going to be the focus of our of this presentation. Is we're going to be comparing what are the current improvements that have happened since the 2018 SIM map, and what are some persistent gaps. I'm not going to go over anything that's new because they're in the report. And anyone can read that pretty easily. What you do not have access to, what's not publicly available, is what have been the changes and what's persisting. And I don't think anyone's going to be surprised. And also we wanted to enhance data collection. It was made pretty apparent here, in our last couple of discussions in this meeting, that there is an issue with data entry, data analysis, access to data. And to be honest, Otero County is data rich, but we lack the ability to provide adequate analysis of data. And some of that's going to have to be that we really work together a lot more to share the data that we all need to do our jobs. So that those were our 3 goals in our grant application. Next slide, please. So with those 3 goals and all of the information that we provide in the grant, we did receive the notice of award. We received it December 18th of 23. So if you click on the link, you don't need to do that, but the link is provided, and it shows the public announcement of Otero County, as well as other communities receiving the SIM grant. In this map, though, it did show that we received a traditional SIM, but we did, in fact, receive the substance use focused one, and it is outlined in the public announcement. Next slide, please. So the second I got that notice of award, we received what it took to begin the planning process. And this is completely funded. There were a couple of things that what I didn't know, but there were a couple of things that I did have to pay for, which was perfectly fine. But once I got the planning and information, I compiled a list of approximately 300 people to send out save the dates and invitations to. And those individuals comprised of individuals from the criminal justice sector, mental health and behavioral health sectors. We did nonprofits, housing providers. I did send them out to religious leaders as well as to all facets of government here in Otero County, including Holloman, Mescalero, Apache. Any person who had an elected office was sent to save the date and an invitation, including at the time primary candidates as well.
That was your civic center meeting?
Yes, yes. So about 77 people did register, which was absolutely phenomenal. I believe the original cap was 60. And we fought really hard to get it to 80. And for a very long time, it was at 80. But right there at the very end, at the time, there were a lot of issues that ended up happening. For instance, a lot of our law enforcement officers, people who represented law enforcement had to drop out. At this time, these Cloudcroft and Tularosa were experiencing staffing shortages. And the sheriff's office, who was also registered, were unable to attend because they were covering those areas. So we did end up with, we had 80 for a long time. And even then I had people who were calling and requesting to come in and I had to turn them away. But, in the end, 77 was pretty phenomenal. But each day we had about 50 people attend, which was amazing as well. There was a lot of information that was shared amongst the participants. So it was really great. Next slide, please. So there is a limitation to this SIM report, and that is, as with any report that is qualitative, and the information is limited to the knowledge of the participants. So it's certainly not exhaustive of all the resources, all the programs, or all the organizations. And then, of course, because we did include Mescalero, some of the resources that are listed are really only for members of the Mescalero Apache tribe. Next slide, please. All right, so here's the fun part. All right, so we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna go over what's actually not publicly available, and we're gonna do some comparison from the 2018 report that the city did, and we're gonna compare it with what we received as well. So next slide. So this is the map that was put together based upon the information from the workshop. This is for Otero County. This is all 6, technically, if you count 0 as 1, but all of the intercepts of Otero County. There are, a lot of resources at the front end of the intercepts, intercept 0. And we don't really have too much at the end, which is after, courts and jails, reentry, and then community corrections supports. And of course, that is, as I mentioned, because a lot of our law enforcement and stuff like that were not able to attend. So we didn't get a lot of participation from them, but we did get participation from the courts. We did get participation from the public defenders. They were very involved in providing information and stuff like that. And that information is shared in that report.
How does the new pilot program, the diversionary program, into this, or was it too late?
It was, yeah, by the time that was implemented, this was already constructed. However, it is possible that we can make this a living document. It's something that I was kind of considering working with an IT provider so that we can have a living map of the community, of the resources that we have, and we can see from year to year what the growths are and what are the areas in which we end up scaling back. I'm not aware of any other community that has done that, but it's something that we can do, and it's also something we can do this, every couple of years as well. So, but yeah, it was too late for that to be added. Next slide, please. This is the 2018 SIM map that was conducted just for the city of Alamogordo. So you can see that there is some change and there is some growth. Most specifically, our 911 dispatch. Obviously, it's not operated just by the city of Alamogordo anymore. It's now done by a joint agreement with Departmental. And there are some other, substance use services that are listed, and quite a lot more community providers that are listed in ours. But it's a pretty decent map, and still very reflective of our community today. Next slide, please. So, okay. So Because we wanted to do an analysis comparison as to what happened in the first report and what's happened since then, I'm going to talk about some of the positive changes that we've seen in our community since 2018, which, I mean, it's still kind of a relatively short time, less than 10 years. So first off, so some of the gaps that were identified is we didn't have a mobile crisis response team. However, since that SIM report, the city of Alamogordo did implement a mobile crisis response team. And then a couple years later, Otero County contracted with the city to provide a regional mobile crisis response team. And they are here today, one, to introduce the new clinician. So Jeanette, if you'd like to do that.
Thank you. So this is Veronica Torres. She is our new CIT clinician. This is a position that we had open for quite some time when we wanted to take the mobile crisis team countywide. So I'm very happy that she is here and she's with us. So she started about 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago, September. So we're getting her up and trained and getting ready to go out and respond. And she's already has created a space for herself and her team who's doing very well. So with that, in addition, we have spoken with Tularosa. Tularosa is ready to set up a meeting for us to assist them with mobile crisis out there. They've called us a few times on some calls, but they're ready to cement that and actually have us respond out with them. In addition, I just got an email from Mescalero Apache Tribe. We had a meeting this summer to talk about 988 and services, and at that time they asked what would be the possibility of us creating our mobile team, and so we talked about that, but for them it would take years because they would have to go through federal contracts and the such. So what was decided at that meeting is because we are county, they are part of our county, that they would go to their tribal council with our interagency agreement that we have here and talk to them about us providing services there. So the email I just got today, it said that we are ready to invite you to speak with our executive council and to be able to do that. So we're excited about doing that. With Veronica as well, I'm going to also add that she is bilingual. So she has been providing services to residents in Chaparral who are specifically Spanish speaking. So we've been able to start going into Chaparral as well.
Good, well, welcome.
Thank you.
Jeanette, number 2.
Yeah.
So just to note, with our intergovernmental agreement, we are in the process of renegotiating that agreement. One, we do need to increase the amount that's going to end up being contracted with the city, but also putting into place actual expectations for how MCRT interacts with law enforcement agencies and other first responding agencies and how they interact with the mobile crisis team. Our current agreement was very open and very vague, and that allowed for a lot of interpretation in terms of how people can interact. But we've had this contract in place for a couple of years. So now we need to kind of develop policies within the participating departments and law enforcement agencies in order for them to really be a part of this interagency agreement. And that is going to include departments here in Otero County. We've already begun those discussions. We're also going to be bringing on Tiberta into the fold of this interagency agreement. And that would mean that they would be developing a mental health protocol. And that is a positive thing for Otero County. But the mental health protocols will be very specific to each law enforcement agencies and what they're able and capable of doing. Okay, so moving on from that one. There has been a significant increase in the amount of peer support workers in the community at various agencies. The Counseling Center, and I believe with Kimmy Jordan's agency, they have all increased the amount of peer supports. There is improved linkage between 911 and the 988 crisis line, which at the time of the 2018 report, it was the New Mexico crisis line. But there is improved linkage between those two agencies. And then, of course, the state is actually publishing a lot more about the 988 crisis line. And 988 is a lot easier to remember than the number that the New Mexico crisis line was. So, next slide, please. Okay, so these are the persistent gaps that were identified in our report. So as compared to the City of Alamogordo's report. And first off, that is very important. There is no medical detox program or inpatient care beds in Otero County, except for with Christus of Southern New Mexico. The only thing with that is for individuals to receive a medical detox there is you have to have a co-occurring mental health diagnosis. I am curious to see if there's any way that we can address this gap in our community with Christus to see what we can do, and if there is any way we can use the opioid funding settlement to address that, encourage the expansion of that service, but that would require Christus's agreement to head that direction. But they do it, that it is here in this community. It's very limited on who can get it. Otherwise, inpatient substance use beds are geographically inaccessible, especially for people who do not have transportation. Additionally, there is, as identified in the reports, inadequate or a lack of training in mental health and substance use disorders, specifically the stigma. It's prevalent in healthcare settings. I'm sure our law enforcement officers, our detention center, I'm sure Jeanette and her staff can attest that it can be prevalent when dealing with those individuals and the type of stigma that they get in the healthcare settings. And when, the stigma, it negates mental health needs, especially when you have individuals who are in a crisis situation, who are not mentally stable. What that means is they end up back in the detention center, and that's money that the county has to spend to house that individual and to continue to address that individual's medical needs. Additionally, there is zero permanent supportive housing or emergency shelters for people experiencing homelessness, and of course, especially those with serious mental illness. And then we also have a lack of basic needs services, meals, laundry, showers, transportation. There are several places, there's at least a meal every single day, but sometimes it is just not accessible to everybody. There's also a lack of comprehensive support and early interventions for juveniles with behavioral health needs. As a matter of fact, even in the report that I had shared with the commission on the opioid settlement and what some of the recommendations would be, that is something that came up quite often, is that Otero County has nothing really for juveniles. And that is when you really need to get to them and to, for a lot of preventative services. And then also, there's limited case management services. So. Next slide, please. Okay, so positive changes since the last report. Now, the previous City of Alamogordo's report only went up to 2. I'm doing 2 and 3 here because that's how our report was compiled. But I do want to say that there are some positive changes here. So first off, we have the district attorney office has a pre-prosecution diversion program. Now, it isn't into the report and it's not in the map, but I did make note of it, that in September there has been a pilot mental health diversion program. So, and that has just started. I did confirm with the detention center that there is an improved furlough process for hospitalizations for individuals who need a higher level of care. In the past, there was a lot of hesitancy by the judges to provide that furlough, but not as much as it used to be. But sometimes, and then also there was an issue with the paperwork, and that has gotten better, although sometimes it does take a couple of days. Another issue was that the detention center did not screen for veterans. However, they're not screened at booking now. They're actually screened in the medical and mental health departments. So they are screening for veterans. Next slide. Okay, so some persistent gaps with the intercepts 2 and 3, and that is released individuals face transportation issues from the detention center. Specifically, that's with AMR, public transportation, or private transportation. And this limits continuity of care, especially for crisis stabilization. It's my understanding that, at least with AMR, that AMR is requiring law enforcement to come out to the detention center before they transport to the hospital for admin. So, and that can cause a couple of problems and also a delay of care. So, but if that issue needs to be addressed, that should be addressed with the detention center for more information. And then also released individuals face housing instability or homelessness. And you're gonna see the issue of housing and homelessness has been across every single intercept. If you read that part, it was also an issue in every single intercept in the 2018 report. Additionally, medical coverage for mental health services is limited upon release from jail. So I do have a note here that right now the detention center is in the process of completing the Just Health contract with the state, which will improve Medicaid coverage for individuals upon release. There should be, I think there's hopefully 1 or 2 meetings that will take place, and then that contract should be brought forward to you for approval, but they are working on that. Yes.
So just because this came up for my team this week, we tend, when we think of people who are being released from OCDC, coming back into Alamogordo, don't forget that we just had a gentleman Tuesday, I believe, who is being released back to Chaparral with no transportation. So that person then in turn, he is also very seriously mentally ill. We were trying to figure out what are we gonna do with him being released. He's gonna end up on the street here because there's no way to get him back there. And there, I think the last time that he went, he started walking back to Chaparral and got picked up in Oro Grande.
Okay. So it recycles the crisis again, right?
Next slide.
Will that new health contract pay for, like that Riadoso shuttle for Medicaid or Medicare or whatever that goes through here all the time?
From the detention center?
To
Well,
Chaparral?
If they're released, it would kick in their normal Medicaid, so I think so, yeah. All right, so gaps with Intercept Form 5. As mentioned, the city's report didn't really provide the gaps 4 and 5, but these were gaps that were, important enough to include, and these are issues that, were issues across the entire workshop and across the report. So that is insufficient number of behavioral health and psychiatric providers. There's a lack of comprehensive and integrated care for medication-assisted treatment. Specifically, there lacks individual and group counseling and accountability. It's my understanding we actually have quite a few providers that can provide the medication for MAT, but the system that provides the actual counseling service, the human service, that system is very, very fragmented, and they're not the same providers. So there is that issue. And then again, one of the big issues that we do have, especially that for people who cycle in and out of the criminal justice system and who are homeless, are trespass orders, and specifically from pharmacies, and that prevents continuity of medication upon release. And then also trespass orders from places that do provide access to personal hygiene services. And that can prevent reintegration into daily life. There is a high demand for affordable and transitional housing. It's not the topic of housing is is not a new issue. I think this commission has talked about the issue of housing multiple times and that there is a need for housing. The biggest issue is not just with the city, but with Otero County, with Cloudcroft, with Tularosa. There isn't a single entity that is responsible for addressing those issues. So that issue, it's really hard to address unless someone volunteers to take that on. That issue is, unless someone volunteers to take that on or is directed to take that on, that issue is going to remain an issue. There's also issues with barriers, or transportation barriers, including public transportation. A lot of that is because they do not align well with individuals on probation, and it complicates their access to necessary services. And then individuals with criminal records do face challenges with securing employment, which does limit and delay reintegration into the community. And then lastly, there is insufficient case management and coordination between probation and parole officers and service providers facilitating rehab and reintegration into the community. So there is a little bit of a disconnect there that was identified. Next slide. Last slide, I promise. All right, so per the workshop, for the participants in the workshop, the priorities of change, or priorities for change, was voted on. There was also feedback provided on the priorities of change, and that feedback was compiled by the facilitators, and these were the areas that ranked the highest for priorities of change, and we have 4 priorities. And those priorities are enhance support and reducing stigma for substance use disorder and mental health, and then expanding substance use treatment and awareness, strengthen the workforce and collaboration in behavioral health and crisis response, and then address housing instability and homelessness for vulnerable populations. So, and of course, at all of those priorities, it is additionally fostering collaboration with our tribal communities as well. Even though they are their own sovereign nation, they are still members of our community and still use the services throughout Otero County, of course also through Lincoln County, but they are our community members as well. So that was very important. It was discussed at every single opportunity to foster a better relationship with Mescalero Apache. So last slide. Anyway, so any questions?
On your strategic action plan, I noticed that on telehealth, you left out the schools.
Hold on, let me bring up the plan. I do not have it. On where at?
The strategic action plan.
Mm-hmm.
And then number 3 says that there's no telehealth here. I'm assuming that's what that means. Is it 'cause
Yeah.
it's all left blank?
Yeah.
We have, I know for sure that Sunset Hill has telehealth.
Okay.
And then I know that our Alamogordo Library is in the process of getting funding, but they have to build an extension, so that's the only delay on that.
Right.
So,
The issue with the schools is this report was focused on adults. So it's probably why the schools were left off. But even in this report, it does mention that adolescents, juveniles, that service does need to be addressed because that transitions into adult life.
that's the only thing that I found when reading this, and I'm just appreciative because it kind of gives us a better direction of this report.
And this report, it can be used to apply for grant funding. not just for public health reasons, but for public safety reasons. The sheriff's office can certainly use it, and upon approval, then other communities in Otero County can also use this report to apply for grants. And of course, the providers and behavioral health providers and mental health providers can use this report as well.
Is there more of you than just the three of you in this?
Yeah.
Because taking on Muscalero sounds like you're spread very thin. I mean, Muscalero's, there's a lot of Muscalero out there, so.
Yeah, there's a team of 5 of us, so we have 2 peer supports as well. 1 left to go to the diversion program, so I'm in the middle, I'm in background with the second peer. And then we have a coordinator, so yes, we good team. She's ready to work, so.
Hit the ground a running.
Yep.
Okay, anything else? Okay, so we need to vote on this? To
Yeah.
approve it, or?
Just to approve it, to adopt it, so that I can, so that departments and the community can use this report to improve public health and public safety outcomes, and that this is the direction that Otero County, via the commission, approves for everybody to go through.
All right, I make a motion to request approval of the substance use focus SIM mapping report for Otero County, New Mexico, to guide opportunities for improving public safety and public health initiatives and outcomes.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
May we take a quick break, or can we power through?
No, I'm good, we
You're
can
good?
get this over. I got one question for John before he scatters out of here. Is the state police and the game and fish, are they part of this game? They're totally,
They're still on their older system. I'm not very familiar with it. There has been talks that state may join the Flex side. And we have had talks about integrations for at least the names database, so that it'll give us names from all over the state that will already be dropped in.
so the state does not dispatch through our,
No.
or the game department?
Game and Fish gets dispatched and they use our radio services because our services in the mountains are better than state police's. So they are on our channel and stuff, and I have their units entered into our system. So dispatch is able to put them on calls and such, but they don't have access to that data, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
It'd only be wishful
Unless they
thinking if
request
the
it from
police
me.
used ours.
I
Yeah.
can give it to them right away.
I'm over it.
I was just wondering if they were players in it too, that,
No, I have been in talks with Lincoln County, or we may add Lincoln County in the near future. They're waiting for their contract to run up, and they're in the market for a new RMS. And when I was talking to their, well, now he's retired, Lieutenant Kirk, I don't remember what his last name was. He was interested in joining our system. We were gonna set up a new VPN connection and just basically add them on as an agency with our system. So that would be another cost offset in the future.
all right,
All right,
I'm up.
you're up.
All right, so of course, all three of us have been with our special little meetings we've had the last month on ordinances and all of that. Sheriff Black and I met with John Wheeler and Norm Arnold. It was kind of a practice run for our approach to the Sacramento Foundation, asking for some support or funding or whatever they, on the Chaparral Emergency Service Building. So John called me back, asked for some information. I'm presuming that got sent to him, Pamela?
Yes,
Okay,
same day you asked.
good. So this is going really well. I'm getting a lot of positive feedback. I understand yesterday with your meeting, I met with Sarah Silva, the new representative for Chaparral 53, and she was really on board. She's fired up, ready to go. I hope her energy lasts, you know, but she assured me we had her support, and she was trying to get some others over there from the Donna Ana area to support. I have a support letter from Shannon Reynolds, the commissioner from Donna Ana. So anyway, it's working. There's a lot of people that's starting to see and work in on it. We're having another little meeting next Thursday after, actually there's gonna be 3 meetings next Thursday in Chaparral, but, so the whole group's gonna get together then. A very interesting thing, Commissioner Markwart was on it. We had a Zoom meeting with the Kansas National Resource Coalition, RB, so if you get a chance, you might research that, because you're probably gonna have another resolution to bring up.
It's for the NIETC, that National Interest Electric Transmission Corridor. It comes through New Mexico.
All the way up through, what some of the things they're wanting like 100-mile
Wide.
easement, if you wanna call it,
They
that
said
they
it can
can
be
run.
from 10 to 100 miles wide.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of New Mexico. That's over a quarter of New Mexico.
They're gonna have to talk to the feds.
Yeah. So that's,
What's it called again?
National Interest Electric Transmission Corridor. It's NIETC is what they call it.
and when I get my office put back together, I have a printout I will get over to you of the stuff that they talked about. But it was kind of interesting. I was hoping you would have been on it, because I knew it was going to fall on your lap. But. Amy, did you?
I didn't know about it.
So anyway, that's something coming down the road. The new administration there may be changes in a lot of this stuff. You don't know, but county meeting with the animal ordinance. Hopefully we get that back on board again, the changes, and get that approved so we can get operating on that. Last Tuesday night, went down to Chaparral for another one of the community meetings. I was really surprised. The room was full. There was one table with just a couple of chairs left. So faces I've never seen before.
Good.
So, and they asked why some of these people were here. I guess Sarah has been putting stuff on her Facebook, trying to get people to join interest, come. And they said they'd have never known about it unless she hadn't put it on her Facebook. So I was glad to see there was a lot come out of that meeting. And then again, like I say, we were going to try to get next week a meeting set up over in Las Cruces with Sheriff Black and myself, but now we're going to have it down next Thursday. So that's what I've been doing, trying to work hard on this ICIP deal. So.
Good.
Yep.
Yep, easy breezy. I had many discussions about that bent culvert. I went to the CIT graduation, which was always amazing. Battle the food trucks, which did meet with, talk with a lot of the volunteer fire departments trying to recruit. They were trying to recruit me. Yep. We ended our 40-40, the everyday prayer and walk on election day, and that was quite impactful. I went to the Duncan pancake breakfast, pretty good. Took my grandbaby and he got to spray the water hose. Went to the soil and water meeting. Haven't been to a couple of those in a few months, so I had to do some catch up, but they're always moving busy. 100% Otero had another public outreach in Tularosa, so I dropped by that, and it was very cold and they were all outside, so kudos to them. At Ugly Pies, they had another little outreach meeting with the kind of the same things with like 100% Otero does. And I actually met with somebody that was there from NMSU in Las Cruces that does free research for us. And I forgot to bring that sheet, but we can ask them to do research for anything. And I was actually going to ask them, start simple. They will do it on flood management too, free research. So I'll send you that too. But as simple as volunteer recruitment and how we could do better and stuff like that. So I'll send that and see if we can implement them. Obviously, big in the elections. I attended a NACO resiliency meeting, which was, primarily focused on what's going on back east. And housing NACO meeting was in the Veterans Day Parade. Went to the Veterans Day ceremony in Tularosa. I've been going to the economic development meetings when I can. They have them weekly on Thursdays. And, Commissioner Fisher is the one that's running those. And he's doing pretty good bringing the resources together for economic development and all the departments. So I try to go to that as much as possible. And then I was also invited to the Marine Ball, which was awesome.
I saw pictures.
It was awesome. So, and RB was there, obviously. And I think that's all I've done.
That's it? It's a lot. Okay, since our last meeting, I attended a Tuberta meeting and assisted with the interviews for the new 4-H agent at the Extension office. Her name is Hannah Woods, and I think she's going to be amazing, so that was fun to be a part of that. Attended a Zoom meeting with Jim Carlson of the Boundary Line Foundation, and we had some discussion about this OSHA rule and this testimony that Sheriff Black gave yesterday. And so that was interesting to be involved in that. Jim's also going to be an advisor for President Trump's administration. So we're going to have a good in there with Jim. Attended a Chamber of Commerce group that toured Holloman Air Force Base with a group from a gypsum company in Chicago. They make like sheetrock for houses out of gypsum. So they wanted to come see the white sands, and they got the tour of the base and stuff, and that was interesting. Attended the Trump rally in Albuquerque, which is very exciting. I know.
I happen to be there too.
You were there, working like crazy. And I attended the Zoom meeting along with Commissioner Matherly with the Kansas Natural Resource Group regarding the NIETC, which is very scary. I attended a meeting at the Chamber of Commerce for a presentation from Underline Fiber Optic Group, and they're wanting to come in and provide a $40 to $50 million investment in Otero County to put in the infrastructure for the internet. Yeah, you were there too. And presented our capital outlay request yesterday to the legislators at up in Ruidoso, so that went well. And I did want to say that, can we move our December meeting? I'm going to be at New Mexico, Arizona Coalition of Counties meeting on the day we'd normally have it.
Can we just move it 1 week to the 19th?
I could do the 19th. I can't do the 5th, but I could do the 19th. Can you do December 19th? Honey?
I've already advertised for the ordinance.
Commissioner Secretary?
We've already advertised the public hearing for the animal control ordinance at that meeting.
On the 12th?
Yeah.
And there's time to move it. Or,
We just have to pay to re-advertise.
Let them know by today for them to run it, I guess.
It gives us another week.
Gives you another week.
Well played.
Touche. I'm like, my work is done.
So are we going to try to shoot for the 19th?
I can do the 19th.
Okay, can you do the 19th?
I can do the 19th.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
With my answer.
What was your answer?
Yes. Yes, your secretary said yes. Okay. Okay, so then that's it for me.
19th. Send only this one.
Okay.
Sorry, I was moving the meeting on my calendar.
Oh, you're good.
That's what I'm trying to make sure I keep that.
First, I wanted to let you know, Julianne let me know yesterday, the Bonnie Brooks Family Foundation that has given us donations 2 prior years for spay and neuter the shelter. We received another $50,000 check.
50,000?
Yes.
Wow.
So we have
That's
received a total of
amazing.
$160,000 from this organization.
Wow,
So I
that's
think we
amazing.
should do some sort of certificate, some
Yes.
sort of appreciation
Definitely.
at one of the upcoming meetings.
Yes.
Yeah. And we'll give them some free animals.
Then I met with a representative of Rural Innovations. They are an organization that are specifically named in our broadband manager grant. 60,000 is for the broadband management, and then 40,000, the state specifically said we have to contract with them for consulting services, planning, those type of things. Went very well, working with RB and them on negotiating the contract. So hopefully have that done soon. I met with P&M along with Eric on some energy efficiency incentives on some of our buildings. We have a lot of buildings that don't have the LED lights, aren't energy efficient yet. So we're looking at some different grants and programs. We even found out that because the EOC and dispatch haven't been renovated that long ago, we can still get some discounts or some rebates with those. So we're looking into that. I did submit the capital outlay, and then yesterday I submitted the reauthorization for CHINs, as Trent mentioned. Not everything was included in that, so we have to have that language changed because they said we can't do all those things to come up to code. The grant doesn't allow for that, so we're gonna do a reauthorization. And then, as requested, when I asked any of you if you wanted to join Rotary, I attended the first Rotary meeting as a guest, and I did submit my application. So I heard from Stephanie Hale. I ran into her at Starbucks this morning. They had a membership meeting last night, so I'll hear in a couple of weeks. So
I bet you're in.
that's all I have.
I have, not good news about the 506. Our claim got denied.
What?
Yeah. The evidence we provided was not sufficient to prove that the damage was from military vehicles. That they suggest it could easily have also been horse and cattle trailers.
What?
The video of Tom following the tank down the hill doesn't really,
Doesn't
yeah, that's not proof.
Yeah, that wasn't doing any damage at the time. I need to look into it some more, but based on what I read initially, the process to appeal that is to file a lawsuit. And so I want to look into it some more and see what that entails, whether it's worth it. I know immediately we would have to find and pay some expert that would be able to say that it was due to the tanks. But I will update you on that next month on what the process is. Don't have too much other than that. With the results from last Tuesday, I think we can do some cool stuff coming up, and so I'm gonna get started working on that because it's something I want to move on quickly. So.
Amen.
How are we coming with getting ready to collect lodger's tax? Are we ready to do that on January 1st?
Yeah.
I mean, like.
But we need to separately, decide how we're going to implement it.
Yeah, like, are we working on a website? Are we working on forms? Are we contacting people? Are we, what, no?
We need to do that.
Okay.
I don't know who. Yeah, but I mean, we don't need the ordinance to. Well, it's gonna go into effect in January, but we should have a plan on.
And it's still real.
Huh? Yeah. We just, want to submit the animal ordinance, all of them together, and the one today.
It was decided the treasurer's office would do the collection, right? So do we need to wait until, we need to get with Carl for help?
It wasn't fully decided if the treasurer's office would do it, so that's what we need to figure out is who's doing it.
And meet with Carl.
And
I know Julianne already had a conversation with Carl a little bit about that.
Yeah, he's aware of it, but I think, yeah, we'll have to probably
We could just decide it for him, like, surprise.
That's true. That's what I was thinking.
That's true.
Welcome
Be our
aboard.
only time we can tell an elected
He
official
doesn't,
what
he
to do.
doesn't, he doesn't know any different.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's tell them what to do while we can.
Okay, anything else?
No.
All right, we are adjourned. I got 5 minutes to get.